Father, we thank you. We bless your holy name for this morning. Father, for this opportunity to be gathered once again, Father, to seek knowledge, to seek insight and understanding. You said in your word that for lack of knowledge, my people perish. And we cease to be that kind of people who will perish because of knowledge. And therefore, we avail ourselves this day, O Lord, that Father, we will know. Father, our eyes, the eyes of our understanding will be open to certain secret and hidden truths to life. That we will be able to live a life, a purposeful life, a life of success, to glorify your name, to bring honor and glory to the kingdom. We ask that in pursuit of this, O Lord, be our help, O Lord. We ask that, Father, you release unto us the grace, Father, to do. Father, Scripture says that it is you who worketh in us to will and to do. And therefore this morning we are asking that as we have made ourselves available, work in us to do. That, Father, whatever we acquire over here, Father, will not just pass through our ears. We will not just listen, Father, and go out and do contrary, but we will listen and be doers of it, that it may be well with us, with our family, with society, and with the country and the environment you've given unto us. We thank you for choosing us among many, oh Lord, to bless in this way. We are grateful, Lord. We say thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. All right. So on behalf of Coach and Think Christ organization, I want to welcome us all back again from our Christmas break into a new year. We are believing and we are trusting God that 2024 is going to do well with us. 2024 is going to come with a lot of prospects, a lot of open doors and opportunities. And even if the door is not opening, we will force it to open. With the knowledge we are acquiring, we'll be able to force them to open for us in Jesus' name. Amen. So to begin with, as we always do, we are going to start with our book review, and then our coach will come in with the lesson for the day. So to start, can someone give me the theme or the title for the book we are reading? I don't want the one sitting in front of me. The visitor who came, she has been on the page. She knows everything that is going on the page. So please, visitor. We're ex-mentee. Lost mentee, please, I beg. I'm not taking that excuse, you know that. So please, what is the title of the book we are reading? Christian, do me the honor. Please come again.
How to make friends and influence
people.
Right.
Okay. Okay, I think I listened to an audio, and I think this was the pronunciation I was getting. The Ganigi. Yes, Ganigi. That was the pronunciation I was getting. So, yes, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dal Carnegie. And we are going to show the content. When we come to the content of the book, I think we will share it on the page again. We share it. The book is in the content of the book, let me put it that way, is in 4 parts. It's in 4 parts. We have part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4. And in every part, or in each of the parts, we have certain principles that we learn about in that particular chapter. I think in every part there are a number of chapters in there. Some have chapter 1 has 3 chapters. Part 1, sorry, have 3 chapters. Part 2 has 6 chapters. Part 3 has 12 chapters. And then part 4 has 9 chapters in all. And then in all these chapters, there is a principle beneath. And who can share with me the first principle that Ganiki shared with us? The first principle. If we have read our book.
Fundamental technique in handling people, to criticize them, to agree to disagree or something. That's
Okay. And with that principle, what are some of the...
to avoid the criticism.
Do you agree with the things he spoke about? In the examples he gave, when you compare them to today system of living, can you live in a society or live with people where you can't criticize them, you can't complain, you can't condemn the things they do?
So with that one, I would say it depends on where you are living, because some places it works and some places it doesn't. But 100 most of the times I think that
Personally,
yes.
Personally, which are you comfortable with? Criticism, condemnation, and complaints? Which works best for you?
At least criticism should work, but it should be done in a genuine way, not with any feelings. It should be done in a genuine way. Oh, this, I don't like this about it, but I shouldn't go to quarreling. Yes, we settle our differences and we then educate.
Okay.
Yes.
So for those of us who didn't read or haven't read or are yet to read, I want to assume, when we come to the topic of criticism, or if we are talking about the topic of criticism, complaint, and condemnation, how do you understand it? And then how...
The three of them have feelings. They are complaining about something uncomfortable, something that you see that is not of interest to you. When you see the way forward, that there is danger that will actually get you. And criticisms are basically something that you feel what you are doing. I believe whether good or bad, there will be consequences. So, and these criticisms are done into, just as Christian said, in a manner you can criticize somebody's work or somebody's attitude, and the person will feel offended. Another man is you criticize in a way that, in as much as you meant good, you turn bad. You get it. And the last one,
condemnation.
That one you do not even listen to the person's story. You don't know how the conclusion of everything, how it began, how it got there. Because of what you genuinely saw, you gave an opinion of yours, which is bad. Like when you say condemn, you are condemning like what was saying of pride. Basically, that's what I think. They all condemn. There's the other side of it.
I think most times we confuse criticism for condemnation.
Okay.
Yeah, because for me personally, criticism is good for improvement, for getting the best results. But condemnation, in the other hand, shows that they are not interested in what you have done. So they just want to bring it down by all means. But when someone criticizes your job, maybe it's our part of God that we see it as witch hunting, or we confuse it for condemnation. Because in terms of, let me use my film for instance, in terms of filmmaking and movies production and those things, the white people, let me put it in that way, or the Western world, the reason why they get better at what they do is because they take critics as an important part of the production. Because whenever you are making a movie or a production, it is not just yourself you are making it for. There are people that are going to watch it. And there are things they are going to see that, oh, this could have been done better. If they have done it this way, or there was an error here that probably they did not take note of. But when it comes to condemnation, it's the fact whereby you probably, because you don't like the producer or the director or the actor, you just say, oh, it's not a good movie. But you don't speak about the good aspect of the movie. But when it comes to criticism, like, they tell you the good aspect and the bad aspect also.
Because it's not everybody who criticizes and they will actually give you the positive notes. Others come hard, just like the condemnation. It's criticism.
They are critical.
But the way they approach the issue to you, it's somehow, even though it's true, maybe the film that you made, certain things could have been done this way, and it would be absolutely perfect. In as much as the person will say it that way, they just condemn it. It's not because they don't like the director or they want the betterment of the movie, but the approach at which they use, that's it. You get it? Yeah, so that is when criticism becomes a bit offensive. In as much as you said it will upgrade you, to help you build up and become better.
I want to ask this question. I want to ask that per our discussion right now concerning criticism alone, will it be fair, or let me put it this way. When it comes to human behavior and work, what should be criticized?
When it comes to
Behavior and work. Steve, if you have something to say about it. No, which should be criticized?
I think what should be criticized?
Okay. Explain.
So let's say, for example, we have a mentorship class here. We have a different mentorship class. So maybe we'll come and compare ourselves. Say, oh, as for us, when we're going for mentorship class, everybody comes with fit.
Then I think it's work. It's what we are doing. Right. Human behavior is like a personal kind of, your personal behavior, your personal attitudes, and your character, like the way you are. And I'm asking that criticizing someone's persona and work, which one should we attach criticism?
So for the personal, and let's say, oh, the way you talk at a mentorship class is not courteous. Can you work on it?
That's the
So the first one is having our mentorship class.
Can we quickly check the meaning of criticism?
Yes, I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to bring it up. So like if anyone has a dictionary, please help us with that.
The dictionary has two definitions. The first one said the act of criticizing is a critical judgment passed or expressed. Then the second one is a critical observation or detailed examination and review.
But which one will you take your own? Me, I think it's two definitions.
The reason why I said reject policy because everyone has
Their way of looking at
yes,
criticism.
what a particular word means to them. You know, a lot of people when you say criticism, you look at it on the positive side.
Yeah.
Why some people immediately they hear that word,
It's negative. So I
think
think, sir, in line of the book we read, and then the direction that Carnegie was coming from, in terms of human relationship, and we having some of these bases where you do not know the person you are encountering. I think when you study the book, it's more about building relationship with the unknown person. And even with the known, build a relationship with people, but you do not know where the person stands, unless maybe I think criticism works better when you know what the person believes in, who the person is, how the person takes certain things. Then you can say that, oh, per my relationship with Obaya, I can criticize this kind of behavior of hers. But if you do not know, and then you approach the person, or we are like mentorship class as we are, though we are in the same, let me say, group or family, but if you come and approach me one time and then you'll be like, I don't like the way you have been standing and talking at mentorship class.
so personally for me, I'll take that as condemnation. Like, when you don't know someone, you can't criticize them. It's just like a movie. When you have not seen it,
You haven't seen the work.
then anything you see from there is not criticism, it's condemnation.
I think it's a great lesson he really brought up in the book, because it's one of the things that a lot of people do not know. Some people just feel whatever they see, they should talk about. Whatever they see, they should talk about it. But they don't put into consideration some of these things, how the end party will feel about it, how the person will receive the message. I think I have been there before. I have been that. I used to be that kind where like if I see this thing is wrong, I have to talk about it. Like I have to correct it. Until I also read this book, I read one book about criticism. Then I realized that no, I have to. It's not everything you see that you talk about, and you have to, before you even talk about it, you have to be able to develop some kind of connection to understand the person. Me, mostly it's with people, not works, with people. So you have to understand the person, where the person is coming from, why the person did what they did, before you can talk about. And even that, you don't make it sound like it was worse, but you make the person understand that, oh, it could have been done better this way.
So you're saying that depending on the kind of person or the character someone has, that's when you determine the kind of approach
you use. So I think from the book, as I was reading, he was comparing, he was talking about how you even raise kids, how when you avoid criticism and you rather praise people, you talk about their good aspects, the good that they have done, the things that they're able to do. It awakens them more and causes them to bring out more, to do more, than you trying to criticize and always bring out the negative. But notwithstanding, in our culture, in our setting now, in his culture, in the Western world, I think we can agree with him when he says that. But here in our culture, you cannot be an African child without criticism. You cannot go in this African setting without anybody criticizing what you do or who you are. But I think the best approach should always be we coming into contact with the person or with the work, getting to know and understand them better and understand what is going on better. Then we look out for the right approach in communicating the mistakes we see. Maybe you can even start with what you have done. If you have done something in that field, if it's work and you've done something in that field before, I think it will be more better if you share with, oh, you know, I used to be a videographer some years back. You know, I used to be a photographer. And if you have certain works you've done before that the person can relate, oh, I was the one who did this particular video. I was the one who did. So it brings the person attention to the fact that whatever you talk after, the person know that you know what you are saying. But if we don't use that approach, but we just begin by like, oh, this thing, the way you were moving about with the camera, holding the camera, that is not a professional way of doing it. It becomes very offensive. Okay, so that is one particular principle that I think he began with, and if we take note of that, it will really go a long way to help us. Then we come to the second principle, which is in chapter 2. He says that give honest and sincere appreciation. Actually, when I was reading this part, I loved it, and I realized that, hey, we have been faking a lot. Do you have something to share on that part?
But that one is supposed to be a genuine interest in people. So most of the times, people are friends with someone because of something. This person is my friend because the father is very rich. I will get this. This person, among all the people, maybe because of something.
No, I think this particular one is another way inside. But appreciation, giving honest and sincere appreciation. Charlton, can you help with that principle?
I feel like that one is this way. When someone does something and then you realize that what this person has done for me is a really good work, you should try and then let the person know that what you have done for me, I really appreciate what you have done. This is a very good work. Or on the other hand, maybe it's because I'm friends with the person. When the person does the shabby work, I'm not able to say it because I feel like, this is my friend. When I say this, he's going to feel something. So I'll then try to massage my words with what I'm saying.
Yeah, so when I was reading this, it was talking about you appreciating people genuinely and being honest. I remember one time, I think I asked my husband to go and get me something. I think Obaya was there. He went to buy something for us at our snack joint, and then what I sent him to get, he didn't really get exactly that. When he came, I blasted out, said what I wanted to say. When I finished, I said, thank you. Thank you. And definitely I thought I have appreciated his efforts for going. But at the end of the day, the person wasn't happy with it because what can the other carry? So, okay, thank you after. What are you saying? You get it? These are some of the ways that we don't really show appreciation. When people do things and they are with mistakes, even if they are with mistakes, we should try and take our eyes off and put ourselves in their shoes. They have made an effort. The person has made an effort. Let's appreciate the fact that the person has made an effort and overlook the mistakes attached to it. Because most of the time we are so focused on how perfect we want the thing to be. And if you are not getting it that way, we find it difficult to appreciate the person. Meanwhile, maybe the person might not be too familiar with what they are doing. It may be a new field. It may be a new skill. It may be a new knowledge to the person. But the person cannot also communicate to you that, oh, this thing, I haven't done it before. Maybe the person too is a go-getter. So far as you tasked him or her to do this thing, the person went with that idea that, okay, let me try, let me do something. So at the end of the day, if the person puts in the effort and no appreciation comes, at the end of the day, you dampen the person's spirits and the person begins to, next time, the person will not want to take those steps again. So that is also the second principle that Dale Carnegie shared. Yeah.
I met a boss once, and in as much as you would take a ship, he won't give you that appreciation. But once when he was talking to us, he said it's not the appreciation time, but he sees what everything that everybody does. So that one is.
Please come again.
It's not someone who gives appreciation to easy or easily at all, unless say you are having a meeting as
normal general appreciation being, but like on personal net, yeah.
You are going up and down, you are sweating, you are doing this, and you expect someone
there's some little
encouragement.
encouragement.
You're doing well, that's nice, so that you get that, but nothing. And the person later on in the meeting, I say, no, I'm not that appreciation time. So I see what you do, I see what everybody does. But basically, I won't tell you because the person is from there. You have to reflect on the person, or you have to know, so this person loves appreciation, this person doesn't.
I think it's one of the things, it's a type of leadership. It's a type of leadership. There are some people or there are some leaders who feel the more they appreciate you, they let you know, oh, you are putting in effort. And it's all due to human beings, how we behave. Because there are some people, me personally, I react. Yeah, I react to praise. The more you praise me, the more you pamper me, the more you get me fooling or doing more, I'll cut my head for you because I want to hear more. I want to hear you tell me good things. Like, so whatever I will do for me to receive the praise, I will do it. But if I am not getting it, it's like my fuel that keeps me going. So if I'm not getting it, it makes pushing harder going, like it makes it difficult. But there are some people too, you praise them today, tomorrow, then they begin to feel complacent. Oh, me, she has always been saying, me, I am her best girl. She has always been saying, I'm the best. I am the best over here. So they begin to feel complacent and don't want to do more. And rather want to carry the ego and the pride. So some leadership choose to avoid appreciation and praise, maybe at the initial stages of the work, but rather they prefer to praise you or appreciate you when the work is done. So I think when you are interacting or when you meet people, when you're interacting with people, especially when it comes to leadership, when you are as a subordinate, don't have too much expectation. Have your own source of motivation that will keep you going. You have to appreciate yourself once in a while. You yourself have to sit back, cast your mind and see that, oh, these things at first mean to me yet, and I mean to me yet, or me, I wouldn't have come this far. Say, yeah, me personally, but because of maybe the environment I find myself or the kind of work I'm doing, per what I have seen, the improvement I have seen so far, I think, Edna, you are doing well for yourself. You are doing good. You are doing better. Give yourself another like 1 year or two. You see that you've arrived, you settled, then you keep pushing. But if you get to also get someone who is an appreciative type, who appreciates you, rather me, I always feel it's, I don't know, should I say, a challenge for you that you have to beat, because if you are not careful, na oye baby ketua bi enfomsuo bi a na asaba bete praises neso. So it rather puts you in a tight corner where you always have to force yourself and prove yourself. You get it? But if the praises is not coming more often and appreciation is not coming more often, at least you get to be yourself. Today you are good. Tomorrow if you make small mistake, you accept the insults that will come, then you move on. The criticism that will come, then you move on. I hope you are getting me. I think that is the best place you have to put yourself, because if you put yourself at a place where you always want praises, at the environment we are in, it's not everywhere that you get it. Me, my kind of mother who raised me, and at times I feel God has ways of balancing certain things just to help us to grow and to be better. So he gave me that kind of mother so that I would learn. And when I come out and people treat me in that way, it wouldn't bother me so much, or it wouldn't dampen me, or it wouldn't stop me from pursuing whatever I have, because already my biological mother cried my family. What can you do? What can you do? You can't cut off she didn't kill me. What can you do? So whatever it is, I'll survive and make it through. If I get the praises to her, so is there any other person who wants to add something in terms of giving sincere, honest, sincere appreciation? You said it all. Okay. Any personal lessons, you can share them to motivate other people. They can be lessons for us all to learn. So the next principle is arouse in other person an eager want. An eager want. The arouse in the other person. Listen to the statement. Arouse in the other person an eager want. To arouse in someone an eager want. How do you understand it? See, you can't book me. You bet say to arouse in someone an eager want. What do you understand by?
So, to me, I see it to be like you shouldn't try and then force someone to do something, but you should create a kind of situation that will want the person to do what you want the person to do. Example is, we have this saying that you can force the horse to the riverside, but you can never force it to drink from it until it wants to drink from it. So you don't try to persuade people to do things, but you should rather put them in a situation whereby they would want to do it. I think there's an example in the book. There was a family, and then there was this little boy who didn't want to go to kindergarten. So the dad devised a way to make him go to kindergarten. So he gathered the whole family except him. They were playing a game, and then they were laughing, they were happy about it. But the little boy came and then wanted to play the game. The dad told him that until he has attended kindergarten, he can't play that game. So they all slept, and then the little boy was the first to wake up and then prepare himself for kindergarten the following day. So this is just like an example. Yeah, so you don't try to persuade people, but you want to put them in a situation where they will want to
pursue whatever you want. So that is the perfect example for that particular principle, that you always try to, it's like you feeding Dayeso. When she sees the food, she will run away. That one is first. When you raise the spoon, she will go and hide behind the curtain. So it's either we sing, we dance, we run around the chair small, and then we raise her energy and her excitement more, then carry her up, put her on my laps, then come and sit behind the dining table before feeding. And when we feed her to a point where we are almost done, the strategy to finish the food is, do you love mommy? She will look at you, yes. That one she will take. We will do you love throughout the entire family before she will finish the food. I'm sharing this with you because most people at the first instant of resistance will give up. Would say, what is this stress? And nobody taught me this, but with motherhood, I learned it that you can't, one man, she will cry, like a baby will burden within the, so you have to find ways and means to make sure you get the child eating. And any persuasive way you have to, any strategy you have to deploy to get her to eat, though it's for her benefits, but you have to devise strategies.
Like leaving her when she's hungry, when she
That is the harsh way. That is the harsh way. But at the end of the day, if you continue like that for like 3 years, you will also be putting the child's health in danger because they do not have the mouth to talk. So starving her, waiting for her to cry out before that, you are, let me say, you are sowing seeds for ulcer in the future. So it teaches us that no matter whatever you want to get from people or you want people to do, find ways and means to get them in doing it. There are always a way. There is always a strategy to get people to do the things you want them to do, even though it's for their benefits. There are times that in church evangelism, at times people do not understand why you have to persuade people, pamper people to come to Christ. But I always say that the devil too is so smart. He has blinded their minds and darkened their eyes. So if you, as the ambassador of Christ, do not find ways and means that you will be able to draw the person's attention to the message you are preaching to them, for them to accept it, then it's more or less so in as much as at times it is for the interest of other people or it's for their own benefits, for good relationship and for development. Just imagine the story that Charlton just shared. It's in the book actually. This child doesn't know what he's doing, what he's rejecting. Go to kindergarten, start school. He says, I won't go to kindergarten. Why? As any normal parent, African parents actually beatings Weber first. African parents beating Weber first because until I say, what go to your school fees? Now go school. What's the main go school? But if you look at the strategy he used, and this one will get the child waking up like a baby story. It's become like a drama in the child's mind. Every day she wakes up to go to school, not because what forcing is so uncle, but because he wants to be part of the family playing at every family gathering. He also wants to fit inside Obeko school debia, and that eagerness will be there all the time. Into some of the strategies we use, it's not like as a but it goes an extra mile in the future. On also be apply amobi for someone to also get better in what they are doing. So as we mingle or we try to network with people, and this brings me to the point where I think this year mentorship class by God's grace finally. Okay. You want to share something? Okay. We've dealt with a lot of empowerment. We've had seminars and all that, but this particular book is really teaching us how to network with people and how to win people on our side. And at the end of this book, I have realized that some of the strategies I've been using is good, and I am learning more from out of this book to get a lot of people to become friends with, because me and I say my lucky friends a lot. In the book we buy na boa me pa mama say now I need to really get and put myself out there. At times I used to think say people have to rather see what is in me and want to like me or want to come to me. But who person be unu de wo no mbra wo no mbra me father for so no so to one so twa so who is going to be whose friend? But you need people. You cannot do this life all alone. You can't. This beautiful lady over there, she has been awesome. Okay, so our is it fifth principle? Right, a fourth principle: be genuinely interested in other people. It is very, very, very. This is one of the important, I think, say part of me do here. Me who say at times we have to be true. We just say things. We love people by math. We cherish people by math, but we don't go the extra mile to really let them know that we are genuinely interested in their development. Yes, sure. Oh, how is the business going? But have you ever sat down during the week to think about Bless? Think about the work he's doing. Bless, what can I do? Do I have networks? Do I have people I can connect Bless to? Who is having an occasion among my circle of friends that I can invite Bless to come and shoot their video? What does Charlton do? Charlton is an insurance salesperson. So, okay, family. Okay, for me, maybe insurance. I've done a couple of insurance, but okay, can I talk to some friends who would buy into what he's doing? These are ways you show genuine interest in people. You cannot tell me you show genuine interest in me. Hey, Edna, I care about you. I care about so much. I love you. Now 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. On frame me. You WhatsApp me. Hey. 4 months, 6 months. So no, actually, no, that's one. Is there any other way? I've shared a few. Is there any other way we can show, someone can suggest, we can show genuine interest in people so that we all learn?
I think few days ago, I came across a post on Twitter, as someone said, if you are offering a service, you should take time to pray for your
Customers, yeah.
Because when things are not good for them, it also means that they will not patronize you.
Yeah.
When there's something else the person said, like more like when you have someone that genuinely likes you or is interested in you, one of the best ways you can convince them is to pray for them. Because when things are okay for them, it also means that
things will be okay
you
for
have your interests at heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you have business also, it's not just thinking of am I going to make money? But the few customers you have that patronize you, you should always take time to pray for them. Reach out to them and check up on them.
Check up on them, connect with them. At times, some people may be, I think, try. If the person resists you, you've made an effort. But if you put in effort, definitely the person will remember. Some people are difficult to receive people in their space for the first time. But when you try first, second, third, and they realize that, okay, you're a genuine person, you genuinely care, they will allow you into their space. And he was talking about how it makes a lot of people get business deals and job opportunities and the rest. Because people have experiences, genuine experiences. And I was even about to talk about that. In as much as you want to show genuine care to people, you should have boundaries. You should have boundaries, because some people would like to also take advantage of that. So you should have boundaries. You should be guided by your own principle. The fact that you show genuine care about someone doesn't mean say what friend about whom you oh please meet me here. Oh please, can you go and take something from Accra for me? Oh please, can I send you here? Please, I beg. We are friends now. We are not. Yes, so there has to be boundaries. There have to be principles. If you avail yourself too much for people to use, at the end of the day, they will be the same people to work on you. Okay.
Can you say something to the person? I'm showing genuine interest, but you are overdoing it, like you are using your wisdom. Can I say something to you?
If at times trying to counter, if I should put it that way, can also at times some people are doing things they are not aware about. The person might not even be aware that, oh, this is how you are taking it, or this is how you are seeing it. So I think there are other ways you can withdraw from certain things. I used to tell my husband he has some customers that they will use him, and then they will use him for the whole day, at times a week, then they pay him any amount they want. So I tell him that there are some people, they do not know that they are using you. They think you are available, and they are taking advantage of your availability. So if you feel you are being used, let them know that you are not available to be used.
But don't you think some people are manipulative?
So,
they know exactly what they are doing.
Some
they
do.
are very manipulative.
Some do not. There's one lady in our church who constantly calls him to take her kids to school and the rest. She can use my husband the whole week, and she will just send something small, like a day sale. If he had worked for a day, what he will earn. And she did that thing now for a couple of times. And it was okay. Anytime she calls, her voice doesn't sound like someone who is aware of what she's doing. She felt it was okay. So I told him that no, if this is how you feel, it's better you try to close some of the space you've given to her, so that she can be aware of what is happening, than you trying to cut corners or lie. And when he restrained himself for a while, I think the following time she called, she asked him, please, how much will you charge, before he went on the job. You see, she asked him that, how much will you charge? How much will you take for this job, before he went on the job? And I told him, have you seen? At times, some people are not aware, genuinely. Now doing calls, so she feels or most of them, they use cars and the rest, they don't use transport. So the way our transport business nowadays it is. Into say bibi na one person be cancel a relationship now. Just find strategy, nice way, nice approach. It's not an attack, so that the relationship does not break. Nice way. You refuse the person 1, 2. The person, or a reasonable person, the person will begin to sit down. Oh, nowadays, ask me for Erica. He's not responding to my call. Is there any issue? Then you get it. Then they will begin to think. But one now they be a friend. You get it. So in as much as you are showing genuine care for people, you also have to create boundaries. You also have to set your principles, so that at the end of the day, it will be, the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. Not hate yourself and love your neighbor more than yourself. You get it? So that at the end of the day, you don't feel that you have been used and dumped. And then our next principle is smile. Smile. This was one thing that I lost so many years ago, but I'm trying to get it back again. Smile. Is there anything someone will want to share? here, Chelsea.
Honestly speaking, in the area I live in,
Okay.
there are certain people I don't greet nor buy from them again because anytime you meet them, and they frown.
They are found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to prevent me having some kind of tense communication with you, I wouldn't come and buy from you.
Mm.
So like
Yeah, it's one thing that really puts a lot of people off.
no, but you should.
So they will see our for Fifi or you might for Fifi.
The smile will attract more customers. At least you realize that some people, because of their smile, always everyone wants to come close to them, or because of how open they are, you see them laughing. Even if they are sad, they don't even show it. So you realize that people are always around that particular person. Not just because maybe the person has money or the person is too intelligent, but the way he or she relates to others. Yeah.
What should we do?
How do I
You
do it?
speak into it, guys.
When it comes to this one, you know, some people also have this angry face. They are very nice inside. That you might not know unless you get so close to them before you discover their real kind of, you know, how sociable they are. So for that smile, it's not easy like for some people, like me like this. I don't smile a lot.
But when you smile, it's beautiful.
You
Closer,
you get to know me.
Yeah, I get you.
So that's how other people also.
But I think, blessed, you have to. You want to say
for
something?
some people, it's more as like a defense mechanism for some people. Like for me, for instance, in my area, if I'm not close to you, like I don't see any reason why I should be smiling at you, or even give you face. It's more as for me. It's more of a defense mechanism because of, I don't know if I should call it trauma or something, you know.
I think our area, well, I don't know if you're done. Are you done? Are you done with your points? Okay. My dear, I wanted you to talk about it because I love your smile. So maybe share with us something a smile has won for you, or you have not yet experienced anything. Someone got a job. Was it Achawa who came? The lady who came to speak to us during the mentor, she said she got a job opportunity by smiling. Yeah. Yeah. Some have gotten marriage proposal. I think Bless's wife, Moses Bliss' wife, I think the smile is one thing. You see the way she smiles. Me, it catches me.
Okay, actually one person that I don't usually frown because I feel like when I frown, I don't look beautiful. So most of the times, I'm always smiling. So even at my workplace, people even ask me if I get angry. But the truth is, I get angry though, but I just can't frown. Yeah, so that is me.
I think with what Bless was saying is very true. With our environment, our kind of African setting where we take people who smile a lot to be weak. And that is a very wrong perception we have. We take people who smile a lot, who laugh a lot to be weak. They are not strong, naive. They are ignorant people. That kind of, if you laugh a lot, because I used to be that kind, very friendly. Edna will smile like she will laugh, hug, do that. And when you are done, people will be like, hey, we're so. Look at how she's all about, hey, like that kind of comment and all that. So me too, I was trying to, I have learned I've learned, but I realized that I have to get back to being who I am. And whatever people will say, that is their opinion. They should keep it to themselves. I will be me and be happy. Because I say, and also some gloomy within. Because it's like you are always trying to protect something. You are trying to protect yourself within, trying to be more protective, kind of. I don't know. That's my feeling. I don't know if you bless. But that is my feeling. As in, if I try to, this person, like you are not my person, so you are not, so I'll try and keep to myself. It makes me, it makes me gloomy within. That is my experience. But I think some people are, my sister like this is also not a type who really smile. She experienced times that I have been speaking to her small for it. So some people, it's come by nature. Some of us have learned, which we have to let go. And then, because it really opens doors. I think whoever, smile is like magic. When I see you, I see that you are, when I'm sad, actually, and this one comes to smile, no matter whatever the trouble is, I will smile and channel all the anger on her, and channel it on her. She's the person who has been getting me all the time. She will just give a smile. When I look at her face, then I'll start running everything that I have within me on her, and it relieves me. So I think we should just keep it up, work at it. Let's keep smiling. You never know, tomorrow you might meet $1 million guy who will take you to the altar because of a smile. Then why you stop smiling?
I was actually basically my work hours.
Who are so quick in putting up they are also kind of people
Cute. Manipulate or destroy. They laugh a lot, yet they are wicked within.
they will fight you.
Yeah. I think they are not so. My notices are yes. So I'm extremely brain because we say you are free, you are open now. Will be reverse with evil. Someone will try to do you bad. You get to know that maybe I have a fair mind towards you, but you are looking for my downfall. You are looking for my failure. How? You get that one day. That one day, I think it's part of, it comes with human nature. But in as much as all these things are there, we should just try to always be beautiful to people, especially to strangers. You never know. That person might hold the keys to your next opportunity, to your next breakthrough. Always keeping your face intact, like to cover yourself and protect yourself. Success, I believe, the more you connect with people, the more you become successful. You cannot be successful within your own circles, like keeping a small, close circles. I haven't yet come across someone who is very successful and have a small circle. Look at Despite. Look at the people surrounding him. Look at our own next speaker, Mr. Prince Kofi Amwabin, who employed over 2,000. I doubt if he had that strict, like, small people, kind of people, circles, he wouldn't have been able to raise such a multi-million. But temperaments are worked on.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you notice that it's a temperament, nobody's against, but you try for your own good, for the kind of future you want to build, for the kind of aim and motive you have, the goal you have. There are certain things you have to learn, certain qualities you have to learn, certain behaviors you have to learn. We are doing things, you get it. As we are working towards the goal of being successful people, these are some of the things that comes with it. I doubt say tomorrow you'll be a CEO and you always have your face intact. Yeah, most of the time what happens is if people in leadership who are with those kind of characters, they don't get genuine people to work with. Truth be told, they don't get genuine people to work with. Either they are there for something, they are remaining for something.
But sorry, don't you think there should be a balance? You can't just be smiling at
everybody,
every time, every day, every minute, every seconds. But I think there should be a balance, you know.
Serious, but the smile should be more. The smile should be more, truth be told. Smile.
But
smile.
Can I say something?
No,
or can I ask a question?
Yeah.
But when someone is not smiling, it doesn't mean they are frowning their face. My normal face.
Yeah, but
it's more like, for instance, let me say this. Someone that I don't know from nowhere before.
Steve.
I give the person my normal face. But when I see you, my face is like there's a lightning,
your face lightens,
because
but
I'm
on
used to it. But I can't just see someone I don't know and
bless
person.
Someone who also doesn't know you might also be a lovely person, might maybe cited you, wanted to like you. Maybe just a smile from you would have gotten the person to have interest in you more. Truth be told, smile is like a relief, should I say drug? Yes. Even if you're a leader and you smile a lot, not that we don't have problems, but it relieves you of a lot of stress. People take advantage so if you know yourself, you have to build your strength within your mind. You have to build a strong. We have leaders who smile a lot but very straight. We have people like that. They smile or no stripper but very principled. You don't cross certain lines. You don't cut corners. But or no better na see album like. But a job, relationship, the kind of relationship that one in tema, you don't cross. We have that. And no matter the reason why I would advise that even if you know yourself and you should work on that, is that because of the kind of people we have and you are meeting, me too, anka was rake a crabia. Anka me who say because perception now say obi a womune bia either or anger temperament like that kind of African settings obi a nanim din straightforward biano or anger issues or mood swings sana African culture Ghanaian setting no, we see people like that. The Austribia are friendly. That is the primary perception we normally have. So I believe that in the working field or in the space of networking with people, getting to know people, you have to adapt certain behaviors to be able to win a lot of people to yourself. Unless you don't want to connect with a lot of people, that one day you can keep to yourself. But if you really want to win a network pertaining to what the book is teaching us, then I believe that the smile is a great attribute that even if you don't have, you have to learn. Are you good? We have to learn.
A manager like that, I've forgotten the name, but there was a vacancy at his workplace. He needed someone to fit in for the job, and then he sent a message out. A young guy applied for it, but you could see that the guy has applied for so many job opportunities in other companies, and then he called the guy. They spoke, they did everything, and then later on the guy called him and then was like he wants to take the offer from him. Why? Because he felt like whilst the man was talking to him, the man was smiling and then was very cheerful to him. So he feels like he'll be more comfortable working under him than the other companies. Meanwhile, the other companies are more bigger and doing better than the current manager's company. But the guy chose to work with this man than the other ones. So I think smile and then being cheerful really works very well.
Yeah. And it's even bringing my mind to certain job, should I say, certain jobs that requires that you adapt that. You can't be a receptionist who doesn't smile. You can't be a professional salesperson who doesn't like to smile. You can't come and tell me you're a salesperson, yet your face is always, you get it. And so certain jobs that you are pursuing, a journalist who doesn't smile, who are you going to interview? Who are you going to talk to? Me. You carry your camera and your speaker and your mic away. So our last principle we are treating in this book for today. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. A person's name. Remember that a person's name is to that person the sweetest and most important sound in any language. Minkai within CCR. How does it make you feel? The way you know me, the way we are. I can't remember your name. I can't call you by name. How does it make you feel? You see? But if I call you, oh, Auntie Lily, you are welcome. Mr. Ima, you are welcome. At that moment, it makes you feel accepted, like, oh, I have been well received. You get it? So he's trying to tell us that calling people by their names gives them some kind of sweetness within them. And it's sweeter to them than any other language you speak to them. If you come in, when I said miss, oh, you are looking too sweet. You knew said this one, she's just trying to come around me. You get it? Or get around me. So when I mention your name, you begin to feel that kind of sweetness within you that I have been received, I am accepted. So we will end here. We will continue the rest online.
Good afternoon. Please, you are welcome. It's been a long time. Book review Amusimunye. Edna is making it easy for you people. You won't read the book. And I don't know why she's feeding you people. Okay, so formally, officially, I want to say Happy New Year to everyone. And I hope we all had a great December, and January 2 has been very great. Please, today we will not do much. Even the cameras will go off very soon. We want to have a very interactive session today. We want to have a very, very interactive session today. So I don't take much time. We'll talk about goal setting, what goals are, why it is very important for us to have goals and then set goals. That's what we'll focus on. So it's going to be very interactive. But if we talk about goal setting, somebody can say, many people know normally when a new year starts, I'm sure one thing that majority of people say is, who can tell me? One thing that almost everybody says is, oh, I have a New Year resolution. I have a New Year resolution. Good. Normally, it's one thing I've always said I don't like. New Year resolutions. It's one thing I personally don't always like. So I hardly do them. But yes, of course, it's good. We all make one way or the other, we all make New Year resolutions. But the thing is that resolutions are just a short-term something. Oh, there's a new year. Okay, last year, I was fighting with my friends. Maybe I fought with 20 friends. But this year, I'll do it 10. Or maybe I'll do it 50. So it's either you're choosing peace or you're choosing violence. or you are choosing you no go agree. So whichever one it is, at least you are making a resolution that this year we no go agree. So basically we continue on that path. So resolutions are short-term something, whereas goals are more of like a long-term. So you see the difference? So that's the reason why when people are setting New Year resolutions, that means that they don't have goals. Oh, the New Year has come this year. This year I won't do this, I won't do this, I won't do this. That's how come you're not able to maintain them. But when you have goals, you know goals are long term. Where I want to be in the next 10 years, where I want to be in the next 5 years. This year, these are my goals. So once even January comes to an end, you are still able to sustain it because they are goals. And when it comes to resolutions, this year I won't do this. But as soon as you do it, that idea, the old ways will continue. Then we forget about the New Year resolution we had. This year, I want to lose, I won't do this, I won't do this. Then you go and start eating anything on the idea. But goals, even if you miss them, you miss the deadlines, you can always go back to it. So I wrote here that a goal is something you want to achieve. It's the desired result you want for your life. I hope you all get it. It's something you want to achieve. So simply put, a goal is a dream with a deadline. So those who say, I have a goal, I have a dream. A goal is a dream with a deadline. So if Chris does not have a deadline by his goal, then it's a what? A wish. So are you getting the difference? So many people do have wishes. They don't have goals. They think they have goals, but it's not a goal. It's a wish. If you have a goal, then there's a deadline. I want to be this by December. I want to be this by next year, January. That is a goal with a deadline. Do you get it? That is a goal with a deadline. You understand? Your goal helps you to see your vision for the future. And it's very time sensitive. Goals are very, as like we said, it's a dream with a deadline. You can put it that way, a dream with a deadline, and also helps you see your future. I mean, now, is it becoming clear? A goal is not a resolution. Your goal cannot be a resolution. If your goal is a resolution, then it's not a goal. Because resolutions are short term. That's how nobody's New Year resolution lasts. Maximum for people, New Year Day, 1st January. By 3rd January, 90% go back to their old ways. You understand? So resolutions are very short. I won't talk to Chris. That would be a resolution. But for a goal, Chris, I'm detaching myself from Chris from tomorrow because he said negative energy to me. So he has put a deadline by it. He has detached himself. So if even by chance he ends up hanging up with Chris, he knows it's a goal. Quickly, he will continue again and say, no, I said I'm detaching myself. So do fine. Today we talked and we hung down, but it won't happen tomorrow. I'll try again and keep a deadline. But with a resolution, as soon as they hang out, they went to a pub, eat, had a nice chat. Charlie, we are humans. It's part of life. I see the difference between goals and resolution. So with goals, it's time sensitive and you want to achieve it. We have different types of goal: short-term goal, financial goal, personal goals, professional goals, academic goals, social life goals. Every kind of goal, there's a goal. So when you don't have goals, so is it the type of goals we have? If you're not having goals in this area, automatically you see clearly where your life is heading. You understand? You see clearly where your life is heading. So that's it. So basically today I said I want it to be a very, how do we call it? interactive class. So before we continue, we're going to continue. Before we continue, I'm sure we all had the forms from last year we're supposed to fill. Now, those who have theirs here, the question is the goals you wrote on them. No, but they have a copy. They wrote, it's okay, no. They wrote it, but I'm sure they know what they wrote. So the question is, if you look at yourself now, what would you say? Well, let's be honest. How far with the goals? Anybody can volunteer. How far with the goals you wrote down? We wrote it down in terms of short-term, long-term goals.
I suggest that I read it, then they look at it, then they themselves will see.
If they have to look at it again, then that means
That's an answer.
no.
Maybe this and I've met it one.
No, if they have to,
Then that means they didn't.
if they have to look at it again, then that means what they wrote were not goals, but they were just things that came to mind. Because we gave the paper to you to take home, and I remember that what I said was take your time, fill it. There were 5-year goal plan on it. There were short-term goals on it. So if you have to look at that paper again, that means what you wrote that day is not a goal, it's a resolution. So you've forgotten about it.
Okay, so for me, my short term goal, financially, I wrote that at the end of December, I should have 2,000 Ghana resting in my account. That money is not an adventure. It's not going to pay. And I think by God's grace, I still have it.
So yours was to have 2,000 CDs by 2023. You still have it. You achieved it.
Yes.
Okay. So how much are you jarring? How much are you enjoying it?
I didn't enjoy my bonus. Actually, I didn't enjoy this Christmas.
So let's say your financial goal for last year was met. Okay. Any other person? Please, you mention your name and then just say what you have.
Obaya. Last year, before the start of the mentorship class, my goal was, okay, I don't know if it was the short term or the long term, but my goal was to further my studies abroad. And I'll be doing the admission and the everything by myself. And yes, I did. I've gotten 5 admissions from different countries. I decided that by September 2024, I'll be out studying. So we are getting there.
Okay. And so that will be both long term and short term. Grace?
For my short-term goal, I decided somewhere in March last year that I will have an office by the close of September. And by the grace of God, I have it as we speak.
If you have nothing to say, we can say. It's not like everybody has to say something. Those who think some of your goals, how do we call it, were met or kind of fulfilled. Of course, we're just sharing it so that we know. So maybe you're not able to meet your goals, it's not a problem. If you're able to meet it, at least that's how we share testimonies in church to encourage others and motivate others. Last year, for instance, I had some goals that I wanted to do. And I think it's been, I'll say, a long-term goal because it kept not happening. But last year I was like, as for this year, it will happen. And by God's grace, it did. So it's more of like, if it wasn't all the goals that I wanted, don't worry, the class hasn't ended. You would do what? You understand? You will get to know about it. Do you understand? So basically, and I can say out of the goals, 90% were not met. Only 10% were met. And it was an achievement. It's not bad though. It creates room for what? Improvement. So we're all just sharing that, okay, this is what I was able to do. Let's say normally yearly, I set financial goals. That, okay, this year, this is going to be a target. But last year, I didn't set any financial goal. Last year, I did not set any financial goal. But normally the previous years, every year I set a financial goal to see where I want to measure myself. But last year, I didn't set any financial goal. And hence, I did not achieve any financial goal. I rather achieved losses. Do you get the point? I rather achieved losses. So you see, this what happens. That's why goals are very important. When you set goals, it creates we will get there. It creates a kind of like a picture where you want to see yourself. So when you see yourself in that picture, sometimes it guides you to know I am there or I'm getting closer. So there are times that you create a picture, a vision in your mind, and it's a goal. When you see it and other opportunities are coming, it gives you the wisdom to know, do I go or I don't go? Do I go or I don't go? Because when there is a goal, it takes away greed. It takes away impromptu decisions. But when there's no goal, anything you go with. Somebody will set a goal that, oh, maybe let's say I want to marry by December this year or by November this year. And you realize that God will bless the person with a nice, great person to get married to. And when anytime God's blessing comes, I always say the devil also pays a visit. And I realized that around somewhere June, July, somebody who said I want to get married by September or November. And then God has brought a partner that things are looking good. Around June, July, a guy from nowhere or somebody here from a long time ago will start calling her. Hey, how are you doing? You start showing some attention, be that you realize it's not normal. Then this somebody who said I want to get married by December or November. They realize that she starts messing up. The main boyfriend will be calling, I told you I'm busy. He keep quiet calling me. Because what? Somebody from nowhere is doing what? Beginning to give special attention. So instead of paying attention to the relationship that is going very well, right now she's divided. I don't know what to do, blah, blah, blah. By the time you see now, December is here. And she's having relationship issues because her attention is what? Divided. Then January, February will come. The goal for last year was by December. Now we're in January, February, so what? The deadline has been what? Missed. And by the time you realize, she's lost both guys. And back to square one. And she will now say, guys are wicked. Guys are this. But what she didn't realize was the devil paid a visit. But if the goal has been written down and it's specific, you can see the picture. When the devil pays a visit, you'll be like, this guy calling me, na devil. I'm not even picking the call or giving him attention. Because when he calls 1, 2, you say, okay, nice. But when he keeps calling can we hang out? Well, I bought you a gift, I do this. And majority of people who got married, when you talk to them, it's something I'm saying as a matter of fact. That per my own research, it's like this scenario always happens. So to the guys or ladies who are yet to get married, have it at the back of your mind. If there are any married people here or that kind of thing, you're going to share experience. But it's like after I realized that it always, for people I've spoken to, it always that's what happens. 4 months, 5 months, 6 months to marriage. The devil will pay a visit. And when he pays a visit and it doesn't succeed, the wedding day, he will pay the last visit. After everything you've planned 100%, one thing would definitely want to go wrong. Let me share a story. Like, I'm somebody, I like to plan on paper. So before I start something, I see it on paper. I know from beginning to the end what I want to do. I've already designed it on paper. So I start it from one step at a time. Priority first, less priority at the bottom. So I start from the top. So if I get to number 30, if it's a list of 50, and I get to number 30, and the day is tomorrow, then I know it's number 30 I could do up to. I'll go ahead. So now, the chairs and everything, I paid for everything ahead of time. The night to the wedding, as at 9 p.m., no chairs, no table. The decoration lady was waiting so that she could close. Then I called, she said, the car that will deliver, I called the one with the car, she said, the car that will deliver the items, the driver disappointed me, no driver. I was like, really? I was like, because I had in mind, I know that these things will happen. I was like, oh, the devil is a liar. Not me, because I knew this, like, no matter how well you've planned it, somebody will try and disappoint you on your level. And you're like, no, okay, no problem. Just get another driver. 20 minutes time. Sir, please, the price, we have to double it because the calculation I did for you, it was with an old driver. But this now, the fares have changed, blah, blah, blah. It was almost going to 10:30 p.m. I was like, at this time, okay, no problem. I was like, okay, let's go ahead. Please, you have to send me the money first. I was like,
Wedding night, there's no money. Wedding night, no money.
You have to send me the money, the difference first. Okay, I sent it. Like 10:40 to 11, another call came. I realized that we are still short of some blah blah. And I called the person who linked me to them. I was like, Ali, what this person is doing? It's 11 p.m. now. No, like, okay. And the person was like, okay. Talk to us, like, okay, you deliver the item, whatever the difference is, we'll do what? We'll pay. Finally, they brought the items very late. When they brought the items, now we need to set up the place. So the guys who get to deliver the thing, they offloaded it down. I was like, okay, it's late, so they should help set up the place. Please, that will come at an extra cost. And the one doing the decoration was like, see, as for this one, let them go. We won't pay any extra 1 peso. I will stay behind till morning and do my own 1-by-1 setup. And I was like, the enemy will always come in different from, because after that 11 p.m., 10 p.m. that she was messing up, where if I didn't agree, where on earth am I going to get chairs and table by morning for the program? You understand? So we're like, they just extort each other. Anytime the devil will always play its games, but when the devil does not get you on the D-Day, he will try ways and means. So sometimes, normally, I would have said, forget, take your thing, take my money back. But because I knew these things would happen, I was like, any terms and condition, I was just agreeing to it. And after that was the last time I ever heard from her. I didn't even save the number, I deleted it. You see, so it's important we set goals. When you set goals, it helps you prepare for them. You know this is a possibility, it can happen. So when it begins to happen, you know that, see, I have to endure this because this is a goal. I remember when I first came into aviation, I was like, enough is enough. I'm walking out. Because me already since time, I always like to do my own thing, like hustle and create other opportunities. So when it was becoming stressful, I was like, this is it. I'm out. So one guy called me and he was like, Francis, the first day I saw you at the airport, I asked you, what on earth are you looking for at this place? Because it's not, and I was like, oh, it's a dream and it's part of the goals I have. So he was like, if you walk out now, then that you'll be defeated because the goals you set, walking out now means you are giving up on your dream. So what did he do? He reminded me of a goal and a dream I told him about. So what did I do? I stayed. And today when I look back, I'm always happy I did. When I look back, I'm always happy I did. All this you're talking about, we'll go into details on later. So what happened? There was a helper who reminded me of my goals. As I can sometimes, it's good to share your goals with people who can hold you accountable. If I didn't share my goal with that colleague, I would have walked away because of stress and challenges. And today, I wouldn't have done, I don't know where God would have placed me. Yes, we serve a merciful God. And there's a saying, when one door closes, another door opens. Please, don't believe in that nonsense. Please, don't believe in that thing. If God closes a door, he opens another. But when mankind closes a door, you have to wait for the mercy of God. Do you get the difference now? If the door was closed by God, he will open another. But if the door was closed by mankind, you have to wait for God's mercy. Are you seeing the difference? If I walked away, it wasn't God who closed that door. It was mankind. I closed it myself because of stress and anger. So people miss up the difference. Somebody can get angry and insult the boss and walk away. And then I sit at home and be waiting there, praying that God, I know my God, if one door closes, another door will open. And he starts praying. And it's not God I serve. It's not God again. It's not the one who parted the Red Sea. He will create another door, hoping the boss will call. And then no call ever comes. Then you realize it leads to 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Then he's single. Then before you come and realize, I don't think there is God. I don't think God exists. See all this suffering I've been suffering for. The door opened and you closed it yourself. So always, let's not mix the two. If the door was closed by God, he will open another. If the door was closed by mankind, please come to work at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. You always come at 11, 10:30. The day they sack you, then you'll be like, oh, when one door closes, a better, bigger one opens. I see people do that mistake, but I don't talk much of it now because when you make a mistake and talk, they'll tell you are doubting Thomas. Someone was supposed to submit, how do you even call it? The word that escaped me. A proposal for a business. Deadline was given as maybe 30th January. As at 5th February, the person was now going to submit it. And when the person did not get the offer, if it's God's will for me to have it, he will make it happen. I was like, it's true. Because if I make a mistake to tell the person that it's your lack of diligence that has caused you, there will be trouble. You see, we are Christians, but we need to learn to separate reality from the kingdom of God. God gave us wisdom so that we can also do what? Help in creation. Yes.
Is it possible that if any member of this group or this profession happens to make such a mistake, will you be willing to tell the person so he can correct himself without causing any trouble from the person's end from it?
Of course. So long as you are part of this mentorship group, if I see something, I'll tell you. You sitting here means that you've availed yourself to be mentored or to be guided. But out of my personal experience, one thing I've realized is when people don't ask for advice, be careful not to give it. Or when you're giving it, be careful how you give it. Because you create some enemies based on the advice you give. Out of my personal experience, the reason why I said I've always said that I've chosen not to advise anyone until they ask for it. Because I realized most of the conflict and confusion that existed between me and people is giving an advice when it's not needed. Because lack can make sense out of nonsense. I've forgotten the word I normally use. Lack can make nonsense out of your wisdom. You understand? Lack can make nonsense out of your wisdom. When I'm telling you that, see, you need to do this, life is by principles. It's one step at a time. And then out of nowhere, I identify by perpetual, right? If I got it, I hope I got it correct. Overnight, now someone dashing V8, a house. Then you are telling this person that be careful the life you are. No, it's not that she's living a good life and it happened. Then you can say it's favor. She's living a bad, worse life. And I'm trying to tell her that, see, we don't live life this way. This is how we live life. And out of the bad ways or silly ways, boom, the person overnight now be actually V8, a house. This person, do you know the next thing they'll come and show it to you? Or they'll streak you, or they'll do a picture and send to you. Some, do you know how they do? They don't talk. They just send you a picture. You understand? They'll just, you be there, you see, you take your phone, you open it, the person has sent you a picture. No comment and nothing. It's just telling you that, mind your business. You understand? We are humans. When it happens that way over time, you learn how to do what? Mind your business. Because it happens. Somebody will be sleeping, eating, sleeping, eating, sleeping, eating. The next day you see an uncle in America or somewhere said, oh, come over. Then that person will tell you. So imagine in about 10 years from now, 5 years from now, if that person is advising you and someone who has gone through the process of life is also advising you, it will be two different things. That person will tell you, oh, Charlie, take your time. At the right time, the doors will open. At the right time, things will get better. Life, we don't stress here, home. That's how that person will advise you. Then somebody who has also gone through process will tell you, no, what you are doing is not done that way. A step at a time. Like I was telling somebody that, see, if you acquire knowledge and you don't use it, it's better than not acquiring it at all. But somebody will say, into nonsense be now you with school. X to the this today, what are we doing with it? Maybe you are not using it, but some people are still using it. I went for a class. I was shaking my head. Maths is always my strength and my area. But since I finished school, I don't know the last time I went back to environment. And that class I went for, everything that was being talked about, calculations and equations or whatever, the basic maths we did in GSS, SS. I was like, what be here? So if you say it was useless, you've met it now. Ask somebody who's into computer science, serious, or somebody who's into accounts or accounting. They will tell you that X, and Y now you said it's nonsense. They are still using it. So those that didn't take it serious, when they are handling the economy or they are handling your company accounts, you will know the difference. When figures are not balanced and getting missing, you will see those who said the X and whatever that was learned was useless. You understand? So we can go back to, I think those who joined now, what we're talking about is the goals we set last year. Can anyone share a story that, oh, I was able to achieve my goals or it was of use to me?
So before the start of the mentorship class, I remember I didn't attend the first lesson. I was doing a short course in cyber security in Legon. And so I said I'll finish and start using it. I finished successfully. I was the second in the class, but I'm yet to start using it to work or even teach others. So the short term was to finish the course and finish it successfully. So that was achieved.
Okay. So is there any timeline to it?
So that's where the problem is. So from today's lesson, I should have put time on those that by this time I should start using, by this time I should start teaching people. Then I think.
Okay, so when we said a goal is a dream with a deadline.
Yes. So I've written that down.
So that means
correction.
Whatever you are saying is a wish.
Yes.
So until you are able to write it down and add a deadline to it, then it's not a goal.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Until you're able to write it down and add a deadline to it. Let's say, for instance, I was like, oh, I'll go back to school. But last year I was like, I'll go back to school. And if I'm not able to do it by last year, December or whatever, I have to be in school by January or this thing. You understand? I added a deadline to it. Now let me tell you where the difference comes in. It was my previous self. I'm very busy. Let me postpone. But the new self that is talking about self-discipline and a goal is a dream with a deadline, whether it's favorable or not, whether the conditions are good or not, so long as I've set a deadline, I have to. So whatever we do here, I don't just say it. I also, when I go back, I reflect upon it and I also do what? Try and do what? Practice it. It was my old self. Oh, no problem. You September. Or there's another one again. Find out if there's another program later.
He's doing EMP.
Yes.
So very soon he'll be applying for jobs.
When would there be another one again? So, oh, let me wait. Let me do this. But when I added a deadline to it, the time they were starting, it was highly unfavorable to me. But I was like, this is where self-discipline comes in. Take your book bag, get up and go, because there's a deadline to it. When you don't add deadlines to it, you will miss it. Because there will always be an excuse or a reason why it's not favorable. There will always be one, and you can justify it 100%. Oh, we will do videos. Oh, we will start videos. Oh, I can get equipment, I can start something. By the time you're supposed to do it, I think this will cross. For the past 4 years, do this. Oh, this year we will start recording videos. And there's always something to be done. But when you add a deadline, Monday, I'll record my first video. See, even if you have to stand in your bathroom or on your corridor with a phone and do it, you will do it. You understand? Goals have to be very time sensitive. If not, procrastination will set in. As I can sometimes you realize that those who have been able to achieve success, they always have a story. You realize that at the beginning it was poor, but along the line it kept getting what? Better. Because they had a goal, and the goal was, I'm starting now. But if you don't add time sensitiveness to it and deadlines, I want to do this. Okay, I have to get this. I have to get this. It has to look perfect. It has to look this. It has to look this. Trust me, you will keep procrastinating it. But when you add a deadline that I'm doing it now, it works in every area. I'm working. I know my income. This, whatever it is. As for next year, January, no longer picking trotro. That is my deadline. But it has to be realistic. You understand? Goals have to be realistic and time sensitive. As like I didn't say, maybe I'm picking trotro this day, so next year I'm buying a Range Rover or I'm buying a Benz. You have to be realistic. Next year, maybe no trotro, I will do in taxi. So what do? You go to the drawing board. How can I break it down? Maybe next year January will come. It might not be possible. But what is going to happen is that if you really added deadlines to it, maybe you can start picking taxi 10%. And then trotro 90%. What has happened? You are making progress. Though you said by January, no more, but now you are doing 10%, 90%. You set a new deadline. By the time you realize, you are doing 100%. So sometimes when you don't have deadlines to your goal, that's why you think nothing is happening in your life. Nothing good is happening. You know you finish school. You know very well, I've said this in mentorship class, but you know very well that Ghana is hard. There are no jobs. But we will wait when we finish school. Then the question now becomes, so what a country? Where are the jobs? This country is like this. This country is like this. When you do not have access to guidance, it's different. And when you did, that's when you go, you set goals. What are the current trends? What are the current things in existence? What do I have to do? You write it, add deadlines to it. When I was in uni, I was like, this stress in Ghana, I cannot endure it. So what do I have to do to get money? So I was spending more of my days at Circle. More of the times I was at Circle, looking for gadgets to sell, all that kind of thing. So even after uni, that was my 90% plan B. And if I don't get a job, that's what I'm going to do. Plan A, getting a job was only 10%. So I knew what I was going to do. If I ask right now, who can tell me that, okay, what goals do you have that a year by now, things will change drastically in your life? Who can share?
So I have said the goal. I think after we read the richest man, and he taught us about the seed fund or the seed money. I set the goal that for the next 1 year, 1 or 2 years, I'm going to save more to raise my seed money. So since last year, or let me say half of last year, I started strategizing. Like I've psyched my mind that for the whole of this year and next year, until I've seen my seed money, I am not buying anything luxurious for myself. I'm not doing any form of enjoyment until I have seen good seed money, not just any amount, but good seed money that I can invest and do something more profitable.
All right, so I've also set a goal, but that one has no date. But it's not a wish as well. It's in between. So I also decided to create a money-making machine, something that will generate me money, not necessarily me going to work. Like, even if I'm asleep, at least I should be getting money from that. So I'm working on something like that. That's a goal that I think may change. At least, yes.
Anyone?
I've also set up a long-term kind of goal. So it's going to be years, like 3-4 years. I've put more into it. I decided to put more into it this year because of the teachings we acquired from here. So I know it's going to be a great help as well. There's a long-term kind of goals.
Hello. Okay, so when I started the class, Coach was teaching us about goals, writing them down, and having a timeline and all that. So I decided to write, I'm going to start my second degree very soon. I didn't know how I was going to do it. But once I wrote it down, I don't know, all of a sudden, help came from somewhere, and I was able to buy my forms and start my degree. So I think I have achieved that goal.
I don't know whether it's a long-term goal, but I think by January 2025, I'll get married.
Okay, so my goal for this year, I have it in mind that by December, I should be able to learn a skill that is fitting into the trend of the market, like the current market we have in Ghana.
Okay, I'll come back. We'll take don't worry. Okay, now because of time, maybe we can jump to how to set goals and achieve them. Share something little. Decide exactly what you want. You know, to set goals and be able to achieve them, you have to decide on exactly what you want. There has to be clarity. You understand? Clarity, you should be clear about it. What do I want? Do you get me? What do I want? I think I'll share. Stephen, please share the A4 sheet with them, okay? Decide on what you want. Be clear about it. When you ask someone, oh, what are your goals? I want to do this. 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 No. It has to be clear. That's how come you have to take time to plan and do what? Write them. If by this time of the year, you don't know your goals, that means already entering this year, you were entering it anyhow. And life has a nice way of also greeting you anyhow. When you are clear about it, we'll get there. You see, Elizabeth shared a testimony, and that's the importance of writing goals. When you write it, the universe has a way of making it happen. That's why I will always say, write it down. Until you write it, it remains a wish. Nobody writes their wish down unless you're a devil. I want to see this person fail, then get write it in your book. That's a wish, it's not a goal. You understand? So it has to be very clear. There should be you should be clear about it, what the goal is. That if even somebody kicks you in your sleep and you wake up and asks you within 30 seconds, 1 minute, you want to tell the person, this is my goal. Sometimes you want to help some people, and the difficult part is you don't know what to do. And it's very stressful. So there are people, I dash them money. Once the month ends, I wait for them to call me, I will send. Because giving them money is very easy than helping them. Because to help them means you have to spoon feed them. So giving them money is the best, because if you ask them, what do you want to do? They don't know. They don't know. And it's very stressful. When you begin to help people, or as you begin to engage with people, you realize that one of the most difficult things is engaging with people who don't know what they want. Imagine, will you go on a date with a toddler? Why won't you?
That's not what I want.
Okay, why would you go? Okay, you won't enjoy. Why won't you enjoy? It will stress you out, because what? You can't have any conversation meaningful. Good. So the same way, talking to someone who doesn't know what they want, it becomes stressful, because you don't know how to help them. Somebody will come to you, they will talk for like almost 1 hour or 2 hours. All they tell you is our problems. They ask them, any solution? I always tell people, focus on the solution. Because problems will never stop. So long as you are alive, the problems will come. There's a friend in uni. One day I asked him, why are you always in trouble? Looking for trouble. He said, I prefer to look for my own trouble than the one that will come to me. So every day, he said, when you wake up, once you wake up and you're alive, trouble will come. So he prefers to look for his own trouble, because he was always in one trouble after the other. So, but I was like, what at all is wrong with you? Every day, different problems. And he was like, that is life. I prefer to look for my own problems before unwanted general ones will come. So before the unwanted general ones will come, he already has enough problems, he is solving. You understand? Learn to be clear. You are not poor because the system is hard. Poverty is because of lack of knowledge, not knowing what to do. You know how people are making money? Ghana is hard, but Ghana is sweet. Very easy to make money. Very easy. There are people who are making so much from little things. People you don't respect. That was that cocoa you buy every morning, and you are, because you've dressed, smelling good, you are looking down on them. One day go and ask them how much profit they make in a month or in a day. You might stop your job and even kind of ask that you want to work with them. You understand? Let it decide exactly what you want to do. Clarity is very important in setting a goal and achieving them. It should be very clear. This is what I want. See, there are people who, like my big sister always shares at church, that she knew who she wants to get married to. And she had described the person from beginning to end in her head. She knows what she wants. Clarity. And one thing I always say is, when you decide on what you want and you are clear, God makes it happen. The how, I cannot tell you. As for that one, I cannot tell you. That's why every year I used to set goals. Because I realize before the year will end, I will see the goal has done what? Has happened. How it happened, if you ask me, I don't know. There are some goals that I've been able to achieve, and if I look back and I'll say, if God gave me this money, I don't think I would have done it. But it was a goal. You will see the money lying down your account. But once you want to do it, the money for doing it will come before you even realize that you've done it. And then you ask you, so I had this money. Last year I was able to buy this. I was able to do this. Where did the money come from? The how? Don't go there. People go to work. When you ask them their salary, and you ask them to do a breakdown of how much they spend, you realize midway, you are even spending more than your salary. And the question then becomes, where is the rest coming from? You understand? So please be clear. Let's do a little exercise, just a little exercise. Within 1 minute, or let's say, imagine, we all have the A4 paper, right? We can use it. Imagine there were no limitations in life. What do you think you would do or become? How would a perfect life to you be like? Imagine there were no limitations. What would a perfect life be like to you? We are right. Just write anything. Imagine how would a perfect. Just about just 1 minute.
Are you collecting?
No, but we'll use it. Imagine what would the perfect life be like if there were no limitations. The paper is for you. Don't worry, I'm not taking it back. But we'll discuss it. Just imagine a life of no limitations. Don't go and write, I would have married a president. A life of no limitations. What would it be like? What would a perfect life be? How much do you think you'd have wanted to see in your bank account? How much would you want to see in your bank account? Like how rich? What's the money that imagine? Is it 1 million Ghana cedis? How much do you think you'd have wanted to see in your life? If there were no limitations, imagine possibility. How much would you want to see in your bank account? What work would you be doing? Just imagine, create the world you want. You're not writing. You're done. Sharp. Clarity. Just one pair. Okay. What about the income? The money you want to see in your account. This is a life of no fear, no limitation. So okay, it's okay. It's okay. Please, it's okay. If you have to think, that means that, you see, if somebody said 1 second, he was done. If you have to think, don't worry, we'll get there. That means that you've not been setting goals, or you don't even know what you want. Something should be straightforward. Within 1 minute, you are done. That means you've been dreaming about it, eating about it. Edna's writing a book. You understand? Okay, we'll get there. Okay, now, so we spoke about clarity. Decide on what you want. Now, number 2, write your goals down. See, it's very important. Write your goals down. Someone was talking to me about a business, and I told the person, please write it down. The person got angry. And I was like, see, I can get you the support you need. The money you want, I can get it for you. But all I'm saying is write it down. And the person got angry. The person never did. Anytime the person comes back to me to talk about it, I tell the person, write it down. And the person will get angry. Then the person will come again. If I had 50,000 cedis, I've heard this business is booming. I'm like, okay, no problem. I can help you. but can you write it down? I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. If you have the money, bring it. I'm saying, write it down. Then the person will go off. Understand? What we don't know is, writing something down is the most difficult part of whatever you want to do. If you can write it down, that means like 90%, you will create that clarity you want. Sometimes in writing it down, you realize there's something like a foolish idea or foolish goal, but it's just unrealistic deadlines. You understand? Every idea is useful, or every goal is useful, but what happens is, it's just the deadlines we attach to it. So in writing it down, then you realize this is not realistic. Let me scrap this. Do you get it? Because it's easier to think, easier said than done. But if you're able to sit down, if like try it, you see you have an idea in your mind. Hey, it looks very lucrative, very great, very nice. But if you try to write it down, you realize you are blank. You don't know what to write down. So that's the same way that once you don't know what to write down, that's the same way that if somebody makes a mistake and gives their money to you, you wouldn't know how to account for it. Because how the money will get finished or will become bad debt, you will not know. Just like how you didn't know how to write. That's why if you go to any bank for a loan, as a business person, they always ask you for a business plan. Because it shows them how serious you are and what your vision is like, for them to decide whether to support or not. Because until you write it down, it remains a wish. So if you don't write your goal down, trust me, you will not even know what it is. So like how I said, imagine the word, whatever, I write it down. People were not thinking, doing this. But if you be writing your goals down, as soon as, imagine Dangote walks in here right now. Okay, what would you have done if any amount I give you? Forget, you've missed it. It's like going for American Embassy interview. What many people don't know is, the reason why many people are bounced is because of That's the reason why 95% of people get bounced. There are times they just don't want to give you, but majority of the 95% reasons is because of They are trained to profile people. And whenever someone is lying, they fumble. So once you fumble, they know they are done with you. So anything you say afterwards, they're not giving you, but they are just, you get the point. But when you go and you are bold, okay, what are you going for? I'm going for holidays. How long are you going for? I'm going for 3 weeks. When will you be back? I'll be back on 20th March. What would you be doing then? Visiting family and friends, blah. Straight away, they know this is somebody who knows what the person is. Even if it's a lie, they know, they believe it, they give. Compared to the one who is going, okay, how long are you going for? Maybe 2 weeks or 1 month. Oh, straight away, you will come. So when would you be back to the country? Maybe somewhere around March. Hey, you've come to travel, they don't know. What would you be doing there? Visiting family and friends, going. That means like they know that this person. Do you understand it? So you have to be clear, and clarity only happens when you're able to write it down. What work do you do? I'm a photographer. What do you do? I snap pictures. What? They know. So somebody goes, what work do you do? I'm a photographer. I'm into this photography area. Do this. They know, come on. These are simple techniques that people use. They always get a business. So it's the same way in goals. You write them down. Somebody went for an interview. How long are you going for? Oh, maybe 1 week, maybe 3 weeks or a month. Okay. The person did not get a visa. He got so mad because he feels he's rich. And I told the person, if I came to you asking you for money, and I tell you, you ask me, when will I bring back the money? Maybe 2 weeks or maybe 1 month. Will you give your money to me? That's the same way. At least, even if I won't pay back, I should be bold to say, oh, if you give me the money, by 10 days, I'll bring it back to you. Then I know, okay, at least. So if you realize, these kind of people who borrow, they don't pay. When they call, oh, please, I need 500 cedis or 2,000 cedis, I'll bring it back next week, Friday. 5 days, very specific. And the question is, oh, is it not just 5 days? Let me give it. There was someone wanted money, and then the person won't pay back. The person said, oh, I'll bring it back next week, Friday. I was like, okay, no problem. Monday came. I delayed on purpose. Monday came. Tuesday. Then, can you imagine? After the Friday, the person said, you bring the money back. The person called. And I was like, but you'd have given the money to me yesterday. So, what you'd have given to me yesterday, by now you should have it. So, you need to do what you want to do. Oh, this. And I know, you see, you have no intention of what? Paying. So please, write the goals down. Write it. No idea or no goal is foolish. Just write it. Yes, sir. And then number 3 is set deadlines for your goals and sub deadlines. You know, when you've written the goals down, we have short-term goals and long-term goals. So what you have to do is be able to break it down. So, madam, you spoke about you wanted to do something 3 years, whatever. You should be able to break it down. What by this year you should achieve. What by next year you should achieve. Then by the last year, you know it becomes a reality. After breaking it down to what you should achieve by the year, then now you come and break it down to what you're supposed to do every month. Every month, what am I supposed to do? Every month, what am I supposed to do? Do you get it? Every month, what am I supposed to do? You break it down to monthly. So that's a 3-year long-term goal. You are breaking it down to yearly. After breaking it down to yearly, then now you break it down to monthly. After breaking it down to monthly, then I break it down to what? Weekly. After breaking it down to weekly, then I break it down to daily. So if you're able to do this, then now it shows you are really serious about doing what the goals you're talking about. So if before Monday, you should know what you want to do on Monday. So when you wake up Monday, you know what you're supposed to do. Do you get the point? Because you've already planned your day the night before. So once you wake up, you know I'm supposed to read for 2 or 3 hours in the morning. I'm supposed to do this. So sometimes by planning your day, you know I have to start the day early. There are times by 6 a.m. I'm out of the house. Because per what I want to do in the day, I have to do what? Start it early. So when you see people who don't plan their day, you usually know it. Somebody will tell you, oh, there's so much pressure on me. Why is there pressure? Because you've not planned your day or your week. If you've planned it, you know, instead of getting to maybe work at 10 a.m., let me get to work at 6 a.m. because there's so much I have to do. And I want to close by 4 or 5 or 6. So let me get to work early so that I can do what? Start the day early and have much time to do what? A lot of things. Don't just start the day, wake up, boom, out of the house. Then now when you ask yourself, today what do I do? Today what do I do? You will waste the day. So when people say, I don't have time, You're not seeing where the mistake is coming from. We all have 24 hours in a day. It's because you've not planned your day. I'm like, okay, right now in the morning, I won't make calls again. It's a new thing I want to do. I won't make phone calls in the morning. Until it's very important, I won't. When I'm driving, I'll use my earpiece to return important calls I'm supposed to do. Once I pack and I'm in the office, maybe for the next 2-3 hours, I wouldn't make any phone call. Because I realized that some calls can take 20, 30, 40 minutes. So by the time it's 12 p.m., you realize, I've not done much today. What happened? But I didn't do anything. When you go and check your log, you realize you spoke to this person for 40 minutes. You spoke to this person for 30 minutes. You took about 5 minutes break. You spoke to this person again for 1 hour. So by the time you realize, you spoke about 5 hours. That's why you were not able to achieve much in the day. And one thing is, when you're doing something right now and you lose focus, it takes about 30 minutes to gain focus again to continue. So then you go out like, okay, right now, if it's not very important, if it's not business that's bringing money or business related, I won't make some calls in the morning. Or I will pick some calls. Oh, I'm checking up on you. What's up? How are things? No. I won't do it. Let me leave that for later in the day. Or maybe if I see the person calling, I'll pick up and say, oh, can I call you back if it's not an emergency? Let me call you back. Then at least I can use the mornings to do what? To achieve something. It's good to always start your day with your top priority. So before half day comes, you've already achieved 60% of what you want to do. So when you don't plan, you see all these things, because sometimes I'm like, I'll leave the office around 10 p.m. I'm like, today, the week will end. I'm like, I didn't do much. There's so many things I have to do. What's happening? What's happening to my time? I know. This. Maybe let me delegate this to somebody to do. Let me do. So through that, you realize, no, it's time to delegate this. It's time to do this. So please set deadlines to your goals and also sub deadlines, and then plan it, break it down. So for instance, this is a weekend. It's a perfect time to plan your week. Tomorrow after church, or even this evening, before you sleep, 30 minutes, you can plan it on your phone or a book. Okay, Monday, what should I be doing? Next week, what will I be doing? Okay, next week, I have nothing to do. Then, let me do this. What are my personal goals? Some of you are working. Because of your work, you have to learn how to balance work and your personal goals. Okay, next week, there's not much to do in the office. Okay, then every morning, I'll study 2 hours because you're also schooling. So every morning, I'll study 2 or 3 hours. So that means maybe let me get to work by 7, so 6:30. So that instead of spending 2 hours in traffic, let me leave home by 5:30. So that I can get to work by 6:30. Use 6:30 to maybe 8:30 to study before I start work at 9. You understand? When you break it down, you're able to plan. You realize that you start achieving so much. So please plan your week or your day the previous day. Write things you're supposed to do. Jot it down. Do this. And always make the priority the top. Now, also identify your weakness and obstacles. You see, when you are setting goals, learn to identify your weakness and obstacles that will prevent you from achieving those goals. The number one obstacle I can tell you is yourself. The number one obstacle is yourself. You understand? Let me share a goal with you. I wanted to travel. I had not been outside Ghana before. I didn't even know who will say is buying me tickets or will he help me to travel. So what did I do? To set the goal, I've talked about clarity. and writing it down. What did I do? I wrote it down. I want to travel. Okay, now, after writing it down, my other deadline. Okay, now, the question is, what are the obstacles to traveling or weakness? I don't have a passport. So now, what do? I have to get a passport. So in getting a passport, what? I need a birth certificate. So quickly, I got a birth certificate, got a passport. And can you believe that year I traveled? So you see, clarity, write it down, set deadline, identify the obstacles. The obstacles were in getting a passport. I didn't have a birth cert, and I needed one. And obstacles to the traveling goal was, without passport, I cannot travel. So once I wrote it down, I realized, no, that means I need a passport, because if I don't have a passport, that goal will remain a foolish goal or a wish, because without passport, I cannot leave Ghana. So that was an obstacle and a weakness. So quickly I did what? I managed to get a passport. After getting a passport, I realized that I needed what? A visa. So it was an obstacle. How can I go to somebody's country without visa? It was an obstacle. So I set a goal and then to get a visa. So anyhow, I can get a visa. I asked anybody for document, talk to that. It worked. I traveled. How? I don't know. God sent a helper. So it started with what? An idea, and I was clear about it. And I wrote it down. And when I knew what the obstacles were, I was able to attack it. So that is it. It works. And I'm good. Somebody, Elizabeth, also shared her story. Yeah, we are a small class. Feel free on the share. And when you share, what happens is it helps others to believe that what you are saying is true. So when she shared it, I wasn't surprised, because that happened to me several times. I'm tired. I don't even know where to sleep. It's a goal. By the time I realized I've gotten a place to sleep. The universe has a way of making our goals a reality. That's why you need to have goals and write them down. The how is not supposed to be up. But after the first exercise we did, I said, imagine a world of no limitations. What would you do? Write it down. When you wrote it down, and this is how it happens. Once you've written it down, that becomes a long-term goal of your life. Now, you are going to work at achieving it. And how are you going to do that? By writing it down. Be clear about it. Set deadlines. Identify your weakness. Are we getting it now? So whatever you wrote there, that at a word of no limitations, what would you do? You've written it. Now what are you going to do? You are going to break it down. Add deadlines to it. Now, identify the obstacles and weakness that you think will prevent you from achieving these goals. You understand? And the obstacles and weakness, let's be honest with ourselves. 90% or 80% is always you. It comes from within. 20% are always external factors, or even 30% are external factors. 70% is you, the individual. So when you're identifying the weakness and obstacles, and you don't write myself at the top, that means whatever you're writing, it won't happen, because you are not being real to yourself. We are procrastination, excuses, all those things is you. If you study, you realize people who don't qualify for something are the ones who always end up getting it. And there's a popular saying when we're in school. I don't know how true that is, though I'm not a lady. But they said, Mbappe and Kwasiafo. I don't know if you heard that statement before. They said girls are attracted to people who are stupid, whatever. But in growing up, what how I understood it was, and Kwasiafo is not like fools, so there are people who don't care what the outcome is. If I go to Elizabeth, the worst she can say is no. So she will go. And by the time you realize that, you need to give the number to her. But you that you are so, I'm gentle, I'm wise, I don't want to embarrass myself, you won't go. But this guy who doesn't care, I don't care, so he will go. If the girl says no, he moves on. But who knows, maybe the guy will say, okay, take my number. He will try and call. And if you see, it will work. So what you want, because of fear, you are somewhere. Somebody who doesn't care has made a move. Okay.
With politicians and leaders. We are in a class where we call for positions and this. Me, I don't want it. Another person gets it. He said the same.
Okay, then it's good. That is what happens. That's like I said, we are the number one obstacles. When you blame yourself and you identify it and you take yourself out of the equation, you realize that no, I need to work on it. You see somebody going for an interview, you sit home and you are laughing. Hey, this person, didn't anybody tell this person that he or she cannot sing? Who deceived this person to go? What's the worst? She went, they laughed, they said no, but who knows? Maybe she could have been considered. You know, so the obstacles, we are always the obstacles. Learn to be courageous. When you want something, go for it. Back then, a friend taught me one thing. He said, Francis, the worst that can happen is no. So straight away, I take phone, I text this person. No. Somebody will come and say yes. Somebody will come and say yes. All that matters is integrity. When people say no to you, when somebody says yes, and you're able to do what you're supposed to do, and you do it well, and you move on, your integrity will save you. But this person will say this, let them say, hey, if I go to this person for help, tomorrow he or she will say he's the reason why I am who I am today. Let him say it. Everyone is held by someone. You understand? Nobody achieved it on their own. Everyone was held by someone. So if he wants to trumpet it to the world, let him say. So long as you know you didn't offend or didn't do wrong, it's okay. Do you get it? So the number one obstacle is always you. Chris, I was waiting for you. So now that you're back, when we are the write your goals down, I want us to do a little exercise. So are you ready for it? Because are you all ready? Paper, pen. Just a little exercise. And you are using only 30 seconds. Now in 30 seconds, write down 3 goals of your life. Just in 30 seconds. It's a goal. About your life, what you want to achieve in life. Whatever, it's 30 seconds. 1, 2. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Bless. 30 seconds is not 1 minute, so it's okay. I will give you No, do you know what? No. Do you know what just happened? That means you don't know what you want.
30 seconds writing.
No, I want to be this. How many times I take to write?
No, the thing you are right. What's no?
30 seconds. Let's say, for instance, somebody comes to you right now, 30 seconds. What do you want to do? What's one of your major goals? Straight away, I want to own a fashion house. It's a goal. I don't need to think twice. Do you get it? So it's a long-term goal, but that is what I really would want to achieve. But if you have to think, then that means as at now you really don't know what. If I want to go around and ask, I'm sure the will come in. Should we try it?
Yeah.
Let's try. I'll start from the back. Charlton, what did you write?
So I wrote that I want to further my education.
No, read it on the paper. I'll go around to read myself. Let me see. You know what you are saying there? Let me see. Oh, say it.
I should say it.
If you want to share, if you don't mind sharing, you can share.
So I wrote I want to further my education outside, like abroad. And then I want to learn a skill that will put food on the table for me. That was the only 2 I was able to write.
In 30 seconds, you wrote that?
Yes.
That's one. Hey, you've done well, oh. I'm okay. In fact, I gave 1 30 seconds. It was 1 minute. So that's Elizabeth. But no, we did a short. That means okay, something. Elizabeth, do you want to share?
Yes, please. Okay, so the first one is a short-term goal. And then I want to register for my professional exams and then write it before the end of December. And also I want to open my own business, a local restaurant, so that I can also employ people to have a work to do.
Okay.
That's the only 2 I was able to write.
And all you said is possible. If you truly want to do it, all we've shared so far, if by the end of this session, the idea is, we're talking about how to set goals and achieve them. So if you truly want to achieve the things you are talking about writing, and you apply the principles you're talking about, trust me, it works. Some of these things, of course, many people have said it. All what I'm saying here is nothing new. You can't tell me the first time you are hearing it. Many people have said it. But I'm just saying it and I'm sharing it from the point of view that it works. It works. It's nothing new. There's nothing new under this sun. It works. Okay. Chris, if you care to share.
Okay, I have 2 goals. The first one I shared it already. The second one, which is supposed to be the main one, is I want my company to become a 500,000 Ghana cedis quarter income.
So earlier on, no, we are just being realistic. Earlier on, we said something that a goal has to be what? Time sensitive, realistic. You understand? So we spoke about this. I don't know if you were all here. So we said a goal has to be what? Time sensitive and realistic. So if let's say right now you're making a profit of 500 cedis or 1,000 cedis every quarter, or 5,000 cedis every quarter, and you're saying you want to make 500,000, that means that's an unrealistic goal. And I also said something earlier on that there's nothing like a bad goal, but an unrealistic deadline. Do you understand? So those in setting goals, you don't kill yourself. Like Edna.
Please, I want to come into. What if, because I know we have also spoken about some deadlines and goals and the rest. So maybe he has a plan in achieving. So why don't he share the plan in achieving that particular goal or amount that he's setting?
Okay, well, we're not going to match
because of the kind of work he does. That is why I would like, because I know translators, the charge is not stagnant, but charge and so. I don't know. Okay.
That's why I said what we are talking about is goal has to be time sensitive and realistic. So if I say that I want to have my PhD by the end of December this year, it's an unrealistic goal because PhD you need about 3 years, 4 years. So me say I want to get my PhD by December, it's a good goal, It's not a bad one, but it's just that the timeline I've given to it is not realistic. Do you understand? So a goal has to be realistic and time sensitive. So whatever Chris has said, he knows what he's doing and he knows how to make it possible. But for him not to feel like he has failed, should maybe every quarter he not getting it, Instead of thinking maybe I've failed or I'm not getting it, rather ask himself that maybe is the goal too unrealistic at the moment? Then can I break it down and say maybe 5,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 or 10,000? So that maybe by next year, if we're able to achieve, so let's say maybe, what amount did this year again? 500,000. So maybe let's say I want to do 50,000 every quarter or 100,000 every quarter. If that is done and it becomes realistic, they know that, oh, okay, then right now, if I push myself, so let's say maybe I sell pure water. I can have a goal that I want to, by every quarter, sell 1 million bags. But if I realize that I'm doing 200 bags, then a realistic goal would be that, okay, by every quarter, I want to do 400 bags. That means I want to double what I'm doing now. So that means what? I have to do more supplies. Are you getting it? Once you do more supply, that means they're becoming realistic. So Chris has his goal, it's a good one, but we are saying that it has to be what? Time sensitive and what? Realistic. If not, there are some pressures we put on ourselves that is not what? Worth it. Some things that happens is no fault of ours. I think earlier I said when you miss the deadline, you just do what? Continue. You understand? Maybe if Chris wants to share into details, that one is up to him. Compare what he said, and we're also supporting it that, okay, it's a nice goal, but he should make sure it's realistic. So that I don't put himself under, it's like those who travel abroad. They'll say, Abroad day. And when you go there yourself, you realize that it's not life out there is hard. It is we Ghanaians that are going to make it hard. Because somebody will travel, he has been in Ghana for like 30 years. Then he'll go to abroad or maybe America. Then within 2 years, he wants to build a mansion. Whilst 30 years, you've been in Ghana, you couldn't build a mansion. But because you heard Abroche is a heaven, within 2 years, he wants to do what? Build a mansion. It's a nice goal, but it's unrealistic. But to make it realistic, what does he do? He starts working 3 jobs. You understand? Crazy.
Our company to export cereals, I'll be specific. So what happened for the past 6 months was that in that sector, there are a lot of people who are not serious. They will not deliver on time. They will lie. They will do all kinds of tricks just to get money. So what we did was we were very diligent. We didn't have money, but we went to the suppliers. We spoke with them. They gave us small quantity. We brought them here. We exported. We went back. We did the same thing. So as we speak, only one supplier, through one supplier, who has given us all his goods, we were able to make 50,000. And there was no problem. So because of that, all other suppliers, there are over 15 suppliers in Burkina Faso. So all the 15 suppliers are willing to give us their goods. So we came back here and we discussed with partners all over the places. And there were some investors were willing to invest into this so we can scale it up. So that is why I was saying that we can achieve that goal.
No, and as I'm saying, it's not a bad goal. Like, you know yourself. But I'm just saying that make sure when you are setting it, like when you go home and you're writing it, make sure you put realistic targets there. And in case you are not able to meet, sometimes when we set unrealistic deadlines, it discourages us when we are not able to achieve it, and then you begin to lose hope. Many people have lost hope in what they do, but instead of losing hope, what they should have realized is that what they are doing is not bad, but it's just that the timeline they are giving to it is not good. Let me share a practical scenario with you. Let's say last year, as a company, we made some huge losses, very huge losses because of certain decisions that went bad and certain things that did not happen. We made some huge losses. Now, starting this year, the goal was by June, we should be able to clear all these bad debts. And I was like, come on, it's not realistic. Let's not even set that June as a deadline. We are not even setting any deadline because as for this particular one, it's a bit not what realistic. So the focus is going to be, we are going to make focus to what? Clearing those bad debts. Every month, we are going to work towards clearing it. Adding a deadline to it was going to be more of like a pressure, which wasn't worth it. So why put ourselves under that pressure by fixing a deadline that by June or July, which if it didn't happen, then it's going to be more of like, then are things working the way supposed to work? Are things going the way supposed to go? Maybe we need to cut some benefits, cut some things down. No, sometimes you need to make sure the goal is what? Realistic. It could be realistic by June, July, but the sacrifice of it, or it was more of like unrealistic. So no, let's set a realistic goal. Maybe 2 years. We can do what? It can be 2 years a realistic goal. So with that, how do we break it down? So it helps you in knowing what decisions to take. Do you understand? So what kind of decisions do I take? Okay, maybe some of the decisions will be not doing this for this year, not doing this for this period, not doing this. Then you know, okay, these are the obstacles. If I take them away, then it can be what? Realistic. So always let's make sure our goals are realistic. Another particular example would be a lady saying, I'll get married by December this year. Whereas that lady is single. Of course, miracles do happen. But when you set an unrealistic goal, that means that if you were dating someone and you've been together maybe 2 years or 1 year already, and I say, as for this December, I want to get married, that's a realistic goal because you already have a partner. But it will become unrealistic when you have no partner, but you set December as a deadline. That means a good goal can become a bad one because you will end up settling for anyone because you have a goal to meet. So maybe this person, you're not even supposed to marry this person, but because it's a goal, you went ahead to do it. It was a good goal, but the timing was what? Not realistic. And that could lead to what? Trouble. So somebody will say, oh, coach said, set goals. I want to buy a car by January. So if even he has to steal from work, he would know. I said, even if you set the deadline and you realize that, okay, I wanted to buy a car by January, but how things are going, I'm changing January to what? December. But what? You are making daily, constant what? Effort. I wanted to buy a car. I realized, no, if I want to buy this car, the sacrifices will be too much. So the deadline I set for it, let me take the deadline away and make it an open deadline. Because what? A car is not, I already have a car. It's not if I didn't have one. It was just a brand. So let me move it away from a deadline to an open deadline, so that other priorities can do what? Can fit in. So sometimes all these balances come in place. The goal you are setting, I want to go to school abroad. It's a good goal, but all the same, can I get a job here? Should I be looking for a job? So whilst you are looking for it, you are still working on that goal. If it happens that going to school abroad did not happen, you already had a plan B goal. You won't feel bad and punish yourself that, this thing did not work. Because things don't always go as planned. But once it's a goal, I said you can always change the deadline. You understand? Once it's a goal, you can always change the what? Deadline. I want to go to school abroad. It didn't happen this year. I want to be more practical. So let's say there was a guy that kept calling, he was calling me, I want to travel. And I told him, don't. You understand? Because traveling illegal is not fun. But if you take your time, you can make it, you can travel and it will become a reality and you will not be illegal. And there are routes you can take, options available. Yes, it may take you 3 years in doing it, but it's better. The unrealistic one is I want to travel by December, so they go and pay an agent big money. Today the guy calls and like, Francis, God bless you for this advice. Now that I'm here myself and I'm working abroad, if I had come illegal, my life would have been miserable. Because like you have a good job in Ghana, why not maintain the good job you have in Ghana and plan? So when he planned and followed a route, yes, instead of 1 year, it took him about almost 2.5 to 3 years. But the thing is, today that goal has been what? Achieved. So in writing your goals, you realize after writing them down, you break it down into short-term and long-term goals. So the long-term ones, you plan for it. The short-term ones, no, it has to happen. A short-term goal can be like, okay, you are working, you are earning salary of 2,000 cedis every month, but you don't even, before the month to end, you don't even have 500 cedis as savings in your account. A short-term goal can be like, I want to have 500 cedis as a savings in my account before the end of March. That is realistic. But I want to have 20,000 cedis, 10,000 cedis in my account before the end of March. That is an unrealistic goal. That's an unrealistic deadline. It is realistic, but you have to change the deadline. Are we getting it? Yes. So that's what happens. So sometimes there's something like a bad goal. Every goal is good, just that some of them, the deadline, what I would say is there are bad deadlines. Any question or any? Do we move on?
Yes.
No? We are on who did we get to? Who are sharing their goal? Or if you think your goal, by the way, if you think your goal is too sensitive, you can skip. You understand? But if it's something that you can share, you do what? You share.
Okay. So my first goal is to get a master's degree abroad by next year, September 2025. And the second one was become financially stable.
Okay.
Okay, so all the goals I have here is a long-term one. So the first one is to get a stable profession. That's the custom officer I've always talked about. And then the second one is to have my own fashion company, the fashion and creativity company. And then the third one is to have a happy family, happy married life. So I'm working towards that one too.
We spoke of, no wait, I'm coming. We spoke about clarity. You understand? So, which is which? You said happy, I'm coming. You said happy, no, repeat what you said again, the last one.
Happy married life or happy married life.
No. So, clarity means that, per what you said, do you know what the universe has picked up? Okay, she's scared she may not have a good husband. So at least she doesn't get a good husband. She wants a what? A happy home, a family. No. So clarity is, I want a happy married life, like a happy home, family home. So yeah, this is what I want. There are no options. I have to be happy in my marriage and my family. That is a clarity. Not there are no options. Or you, God, if I don't get a good husband, you give me a happy home. No. You deserve the best and you can achieve it. So the clarity is, I want a happy home. So then, once it becomes a goal, what you do is, when breaking it down, you realize, what do I need to do? Okay, I think that was going to be our next point, that identify the knowledge you need to fulfill your goals. You understand? Identify the knowledge. No, we are not done with you, Pepe. I just want to share the next, because what you said took us to the next point. Identify the knowledge you need to fulfill your goals. So let's say, what information would you require and what skills do you have to achieve in order to make the goal a reality? Now, people talk about the fact that I want a happy married home. You understand? If that is a goal, that means it comes with sacrifices. But majority of us, we always want to eat our cake and have it. So if having a happy married home is a goal, and that means that what information do I require? You ask, what information brings peace in a married home? Then we have information on YouTube, internet, you can talk to a counselor, whatever. Because you want to have a happy family married home, you ask, what information? What skills? So using marriage as an example, no, the information you need to know is tolerance. You understand? And if you say, what skills do you require? Patience. You understand? The skill for a happy married home is what? Patience. And information is what? Tolerance. So once you get these two things and you choose not to use it, then when the opposite happens, you don't ask anybody. Like I said earlier on, that when you identify the obstacle, now you've gotten the information you need. Now who is the obstacle when there's no peace? Himself. But somebody will come and say, he's the one always causing me trouble. He knows what I like and I don't like. If he doesn't do what I dislike, there will be peace. Now that means that you've mixed the two steps. We said when you identify the obstacle, now the fifth one is the knowledge and information you need to make the goal work. So if your goal is peace, then you should realize that you cannot control people. So what you can do is to control yourself. So you control yourself, what do? You need tolerance. You need patience. In that way, then there will be what? There will be peace. You understand? Let's say I want to be practical in this session. Let's say my office, I've realized that, okay, this year I need patience, tolerance to be able to be happy. So Edna wouldn't see me and frown their face. So now, what do? You learn how to be what? Patient. And then what? Tolerant. You understand? Because not everybody sees things the way you see them. But what you can control is yourself. So in knowing this, what do? Okay, you know how to handle the environment. And when you decide that, oh no, this is how I want things done. A is A, B is B, no bending. This is what I mean. You're not in a military environment. Are you getting the point? So always know when the obstacles and information goes hand in hand. You want to go to school abroad. Okay, what are the obstacles? One obstacle will be getting a visa. And on the visa, you don't control it. So when it comes to what information and skill do you need, then I can share with you that, okay, one, sometimes you can even qualify 100%, but they may still decide not to give you the visa. So in making it more realistic, you create options. Okay, I'll consider 2 schools in 2 different countries. Maybe you want to do Canada, but no, let me do Canada, US, and UK. Or maybe let me do 4, Canada, US, UK, and Europe. The goal is to do masters abroad. So unless the goal is specific, clarity in the sense that it's US or nothing. Now if the goal is to abroad, then abroad is abroad. South Africa cry is abroad. We have people who say, I want to get married. And we have those who say, I want to get married to a fair lady. So for that person's goal, clarity is there. There's no bending. So if you're a dark lady and you go and wash, cook, do everything you want to do, you should realize that you're only wasting your time. So sometimes in dealing with people too, you go for clarity. Do you like dark girls? Do you see yourself marrying a dark person or a fair person? Oh, my wife has to be fair. Okay. This. So if the person later comes, oh, I want us to be in a relationship. And you read the person, oh, I thought you said, as for you, your wife has to be fair. Oh, yes, that was my goal or dream until I met you and I realized your attitude and everything. Nah, you are more fair, whatever to me. Then at that place, you are a bit convinced that, okay, he has defended why he is changing his goal.
So in that case, no more goal.
Is there?
It's a resolution.
No, goals do change. Things happen, people change their goals.
Okay, but what I just like at the beginning of this
Resolution change. Goals don't change.
No. We said resolutions are short term, while goals are more of like a long term something. So resolution you can give up on it, but goals you don't give up, you can change them, change the approach. So the goal is to get married, but married to a fair lady. But now the goal was marriage. Before the clarity was fair. But now he's still fulfilling the goal, but has changed the clarity a bit that okay, dark or fair. Because that means that maybe he's not getting the specific. As like how we said, okay, for instance, let me use just an example. You said 500,000. That's your goal. If you don't meet it, is it a resolution or a goal? It's still a goal. You want to the goal of 500,000, but you were not able to meet the 500,000, but you met 200. What you do? You keep going. That doesn't mean that the goal is giving up on it. His goal was to get married. But yes, maybe it was to be a fair person, but though he didn't get married to a fair person, he still got married to someone. You understand? So when he said the goals, of course, goals change. As for goals, they definitely change. You cannot hold on to one goal for life. Maybe that goal you have, maybe that's not what God wants for you. Do you get it? So goals do change. If not, you kill yourself. Do you get it? If not, you are going to kill yourself. Goals do change. There are some goals you realize, oh, okay, maybe not in me, but I can inspire another generation to fulfill it. I want to be a this, but maybe you realize, at this point, I cannot. But what is, let's say, okay, let me use the first time. Maybe I want to be a medical doctor. But because of the hardship of life and whatever, no, you couldn't go to medical school. And then around age 40, you had a breakthrough in your career. You are rich. You're like, going to medical school will take 6 years or 5. I don't have that time. But the goal was to be a doctor. But that means he can change the goal. Okay, if I can't be a doctor, let me own a hospital where I employ doctors. Are we getting it? So not just because you set a goal, goals guide our vision, but there are some that you realize that, as I said, deadlines can change, things can happen, but once the goal is there, it's going to guide you.
A question which is not, I don't know if it's in this context. What can you say about objectives? Goal and objective.
Okay.
What is the difference?
I'll answer a question with a question. What goals describe what you want to achieve. Objectives are the steps taken. I don't know if you're getting it. I don't know if you get it. Maybe I want to be a doctor. That is a goal. The objectives are, I'll go to a medical school. I'll write my exams. I will pass. I don't know if you're getting it. Objectives are more of like the steps taken to achieve the goal. That's the difference between it. So the goal describes what you want. The objectives are more of like, what steps I have to. I want to be a driver. That is that an objective for a goal? It's a goal. What will be the objective? What steps do I have to take to become a driver? So it means I have to go to a driving school, or I have to get a taxi driver or somebody to train me how to drive. Understand? So basically, that's how I said, so fine, it's good to ask that question. So that means that a goal is not an objective and it's not a resolution. So to make it simple, a goal is not an objective, it's not a resolution, in the sense that objective are the steps taken, resolution are short term. We mix up, in our daily communications, we mix it up. My objective is to be a doctor. How can I be? It's a goal. The steps you are taking is what, you understand? The steps. So maybe to be, what even example can I use? Let me go back to the relationship, which is easier. I want to get a girlfriend by December. That is a goal. What are the objectives? Bless is good with talking with girls, and has a lot of friends. So I'll start following Bless every Friday night so that we hang out. So that when we hang out, and he can introduce me to some of her friends, so that by December, I may get the chance to date one of them. So that the goal was to get a girlfriend, and the objective is a plan. This is my plan. I'm going to do what? Follow Bless. So that when I'm following him, because I know he knows a lot of ladies, every Friday when we go and I'm meeting them, he will introduce me to some of them. So that one I like Amy, I can do what? I can get one. So the objective is more of like the steps or the plan. Are you okay? We got to the number 5, the information you need to fulfill your goals. Is there? Good. Because without knowledge, you can't climb high. Every stage in life comes with different knowledge. Do you get it? Every stage in life comes with different knowledge. So that's how come some people end up failing. You cannot use the knowledge you have when you were 20 to manage life at 40 or 30. You will fail. Because the wisdom, that's how come I encourage every man to read a book. You read a book so that what you gain knowledge. Because by coming from mentorship class, that means you want to live a new life. You want to achieve a new status. But in doing so, you need a new way of thinking. Do you get it? So if you want to, so every stage in life comes with new knowledge. But if you are not acquiring new knowledge, then you may be growing. I don't use that word. It's a bit harsh. So maybe, let me see if I can rephrase it. Sometimes you hear on radio, they're saying that old age is not wisdom, but we have fools at 60. You understand? What I say is that just because the person is old, doesn't mean the person is wise. Old age is not wisdom. That's a new phrase. I'll do a better way to phrase it. That's a new norm in town that not just because the person is old, the person is wise. Somebody can be old but not correct up there. So just because, let me say for instance, tomorrow they make Elizabeth, now because we have 2, nobody will know which is which. So now I can feel free and talk. Because we have, Elizabeth is made the manager tomorrow. Do you get it? Good. I have a perfect example to use. We are talking to a friend. The friend was like, they made somebody a manager and everyone was against it. I was talking about it. And I said, of course, in life, my next point was going to be, when you set your goals, identify your helpers. But because this example that I've mentioned it, we'll go to it. because of connection, this person was pushed to a manager. And I said, of course, it's good, but it's a mistake. This is where the problem is coming from. People are complaining because they feel the person does not have the knowledge or skills to be a manager. So then I was like, that person's advising the friend that go to school, gather certificates, so that if somebody wants to help you, it will be easy for the person. And the person was saying, oh, I know someone that was made a manager without any certificate. And ask the person, and ask the next question, that was that person's position appreciated or condemned? And the person was like, hey, the people insulted the board because they're like, no, as for this one, something is behind. I said, of course. Do you know why? Because that person is not qualified. But if that person had gone to school, has his or her certificates, or they'll be like, oh, Charlie, this guy, he's a doctor, or he has his PhD. Nobody will attack it. Though they know it doesn't deserve, but they won't attack. So each position in life we want, it comes with different, some of you are working, the company you are in, maybe you were employed, maybe let's say, what scenario can I use? Maybe you've been employed to be maybe a general worker, general staff, do everything, maybe print documents, gather files, do this. But when you realize that, okay, this operations job they are doing, I can do it. Or this position, I can fill it. You can learn the skills, gather the knowledge needed. Now one day, you can go to your boss and say, oh boss, please, I have a degree in this. Or I have a certificate in this. So please, when there is vacancy or opportunity, please help me. I can assure you that your boss will consider you first before any other person when there's a chance. But there are people, it will take me back to last year, I don't want to go there, we call it self-improvement. There are people who don't do self-improvement. So they can be in a company for 15 years and same position. There was a guy I was abashing. He comes to my office a lot. Every time I bash him, because he is good, he is hardworking. And I was telling him that all these your skills, why I'm not proud of you is because there's no self-improvement. You understand? Yes, you are good, you are hardworking, you don't joke with your job, but improve yourself so that you can do other things. You've been in aviation for almost 18 years. And maybe you are doing appearance, we call it appearance, those who clean the aircraft. I'm like, for 18 years, you've been in that with different companies. Come on. By now, you could have gone to school, upgrade yourself, and maybe become an operation officer or a check-in person or something else. And because of your experience, when you go and tell a manager that, oh, please, now I have certificates in this, they would upgrade you because they know, oh, you've been in the aviation sector for almost 15, 18 years. So if not, but because of no upgrading, any new company you go to is the same appearance you are doing, cleaning. I was like, no, life, we move on. Life is about what? Upgrade. So any new level you want, seek the knowledge for it. So setting your goals also, identify the knowledge you need to fulfill those goals. There are people who set goals, but the skills and knowledge to fulfill it, they don't have it. They are waiting for a miracle. Miracles do happen. Now, I don't joke with it. Miracles do happen. But some of us, we believe in process. You understand? We believe in process. I don't want to use the word luck, but miracles do happen. But some of us, we believe in process. Because now, if you're not careful and you're talking, and you don't add luck or miracles to it, people will attack you. But some of us, we believe in process. You understand? My dream car, I don't know who will come and dash it to me. So until that happens, I have to believe in what? Hard work and then what? Process. But he's saying miracles do happen, but you don't sit down and do what? Fold your hands waiting for the miracle. You go through the process. So whatever you want, gather the information and skills. You want to travel abroad, I'll keep as example. Gather all the information, skills, things you need, so that what? You start preparing down for it now. You wouldn't wait till let's say for instance, one common thing that people who travel need is maybe a bank statement. You understand? If you know you need one, you don't have one, at least you start looking for it now. But you will not wait till the time. It's like those who will call you the night before. Please, if I don't pay my daughter's school fees tomorrow, they will sack her from school. But now I've come to the realization that school fees is not an emergency. Do you get it? Because if you knew you couldn't pay your daughter's school fees, you'd have known it at least 2 months ahead of time. So if your goal is to pay by this time, when you identify the obstacle, you identify the knowledge and information you need on how to pay. So if you are going to ask somebody for help, you ask ahead of time. Oh, please, I'm supposed to pay my daughter's school fees in March, but current pressures on me, I might not be able. So in case I don't get the funds I'm waiting for, can you please help me? The person says, okay, when it's time, let me know. But today's world, Ghana, the person will wait the night before. Please, I need money. Maybe at that time you've gone to promise to help somebody already, and the person also comes to call. So the next point is identify your helpers. That brings you to our next point. Identify your helpers. See, we all need helpers. We all need helpers. Have this at the back of your mind. You cannot do it alone. Please, you cannot live life alone. You cannot achieve everything in life alone. We all need helpers. And even if God is going to bless you, He's going to bless you through someone. The blessings won't fall from the sky on you. It will come through someone. So we all need helpers. Do you get it? So please have that at the back of your mind. Identify your helpers. See, the goals we've written down, there are some of them you need a helper. So when you know you need a helper, identify. Let's say maybe I want to establish a fashion business. I said earlier on, I need helpers. Money. Somebody who knows much about handle. So what do? I need to identify that, okay, this company or this bank can help me because the money involved is big. So you identify your helpers. You can't do it all by big goals come with big helpers. There are some things you want to do. Maybe I want to do this. I need a software, I need a website. I need to know who can help me build a website. Those are the goals we write. We should be able to identify our helpers. I think last time I asked for this one, I think I remember very well when Honorable was here and I said that, okay, let's say for instance, Kapita keeps saying customs, this. If you truly, that goal is part of you need to identify who can help me. It's a goal, but you have to be able to identify your helpers. Let's not be naive. Know the system. If you're in Ghana and you don't know by now that there are some things that you need to know someone, then things will pass you by. Now in Ghana, we don't just get up and say, I'm going to military, going to immigration, going to customs. You need a helper. And the helper comes in different form. We have the money helper, and we have the, I know someone who can put a word on my behalf helper. So identify which one you need for that goal. Me, I don't know anyone who can put in the word for me, but I have money. What do I do? Identify your helpers. Let's don't be naive. Know the system. Know how it works. There are things that you only get BP if you are using Ghana. You see, let's say for instance, when the Minister for Ministry of Foreign Affairs came on TV, got angry about what happened at the pastor's office, I was like, it's been long overdue. It's been long overdue. It's good this. So like 2 days time, I was talking to somebody like who does those things. Like, saying I send them which money they say. I was like, oh, yeah. What are you saying? Do you get it? Somebody will miss the opportunity to travel because they don't have a passport. When you go, you get date. Date is around maybe May, June. But somebody, because he or she has identified his helper, he will get his passport in 2 days and go his way. So whatever goal you have, identify your helpers. If I use Ghana as an example, I would say, don't believe in certain things you hear. If you believe in it, you suffer alone. Do you get it? If you believe in it, you suffer alone. You have to go to school September. You need a passport. They tell you your passport, it will expire less than 6 months. You go, they tell you, how do we call it? We don't have any date for renewal unless December. So that means you cannot go to, no. Sometimes you can be bold and even go and see the minister. Or go and see the CEO, whoever said the part of office, and then say that this is my problem. People do it and it works. This is my problem. I'm supposed to go to school. I have to submit this thing. I need a new this thing. And you'll be amazed that somebody will help you. They'll do it for you. So sometimes don't just take no for an answer. Identify your helpers. And when you see, I think I made a post and I said, the wisdom in knowing that you don't wash white and colored clothes together is the same wisdom that should let you know that you don't treat everyone the same. Do you get me? Somebody can be your age mate or your friend, but that person can be your helper. How you treat that person won't be the same way as you treat your friends or everyone. There are some of us, we treat everyone the same. And there's somebody that can be your helper. You tell the person your peace of mind. See, helpers are not wrong. Helpers are always right. Thank you for that word. Guys, never, let me tell you, I have to be practical. One day I was going somewhere. I was in a hurry. I was going somewhere. And a friend met me at the airport. I was like, Francis, please, can you help me? Can you assist me? I need to get this passenger onto the private jet. It wasn't my company job. It wasn't my job. But I know him. I was like, hey, I'm going somewhere. Somebody's waiting for me. I'm already 10 minutes late. I'm like, okay, it's not just through security to take the person on board the jet. I can do it within 5 minutes. Okay. Give me the document. Let me go. Then now I went, sir, please can we go? I think the friend also had to go to something else. So when we're going down, the person said, foolish boy. I didn't know what I was talking. He said, hey, foolish boy, turn back. I said, okay, please, any problem? He said, I'm supposed to use VIP. Why did you bring me to this normal terminal? Job that I didn't know anything about. Now the insult started. This man was insulting me. Now I was shouting the whole terminal. Everybody was looking at me. Now I was confused. I didn't know anything about the job. I only came to assist the friend. So then I took my phone and I was calling the friend. please come. So one guy at the airport saw me and read what was going on, and he walked in and he said, good day, sir. What's the problem? And then I said, oh, it's not his fault. He has no hand in what you're talking about. You're supposed to be the one who was supposed to have done that, not your rep. And he said, okay. The man got angry. So then my friend got there. When he got there, I was like, I beg, this is your passenger, take over, okay? Let me go. And then the person was still angry talking. My friend was about to respond, and I stepped on his feet and I said, you know what? It's okay, go. I'll handle this particular job for you. And then the bodyguard of the passenger came, and he was like pinching my friend, holding him that Charlie, our guy is always right. Keep quiet. He didn't want, because they all knew what the big man was doing. He's wrong. But who dare you go and tell your guy that is wrong? So he came and he was preaching, our guy is always right. I was a Nigerian. Our guy is always right. So I told my colleague to go, you go. Because, so then when the guy said, Chief, our guy is always right. Keep quiet. So anything he said, just say, yes, sir. And that's the truth. We will all get to that stage. Trust me, it's true. When it's like, even if you are wrong, like let's say in dealing with your son, hardly would you say, oh, I'm sorry. You just let it go. But because you assume your children should know that daddy is always what? Right. Have this in mind. Your helpers are always right. Even if they are wrong, consider it right. If I see Penakufado today and he asks me, what do people say about me? You're the best president. You've done things well, sir. You're handling the country well. Things are going on smoothly. God bless you for having a president like you. We wish all presidents were like you. We pray for grace. Should I be the one to go and say, you are... No. Wisdom. Learn wisdom. You understand? Learn wisdom. This same scenario, I think, was it yesterday or this week, having a chat to someone, I told the person that the reason why I really said now, it's not everybody I advise, unless you ask me. It's like, when you use John the Baptist as an example, why was he beheaded? He went to advise someone that what you are doing is wrong. And because of that hatred, the person made sure on revenge, what do you want? I want John the Baptist's head. Did he do anything wrong? No. All he did was just what? To advise and speak the truth to the person that wisdom now tells me that, master, someone can't die because of advice. So you are you that everything you say, now keep quiet. Know when to talk. Even if the thing is true, don't just say it. Know if it is right or not. So in dealing with our helpers, know how to deal with people. You understand? If I offend you right now, maybe you can walk away. You mind me. Maybe you are wrong, but as human as we are, hardly do we want to accept the fault that we are wrong. That's normal. Even in dealing with your own friends, let's say two Elizabeth, they are arguing. One knows that she's wrong, but that she will admit it so that the other one will feel good. Now she will stand her ground. So now imagine you are dealing with your helper and you want to prove to your helper that you are wrong. Accept it. Hey, there'll be trouble. So when this is one of the things, when you identify your helpers, you know how to deal with them. You know how to deal with them. The mistake sometimes we do, and through my experience, I realize this. You always think you are wiser than your helpers. Most of the time, you always think you are wiser. Let's say you're helping somebody do something. You will always think you are wise. Oh, Elizabeth, please, now help me manage things in the office, right? A time will come, she will feel she's wiser or she knows best. So if Oga says, no, this thing, you shouldn't have done this way. No, it should be done this way. Know that whenever there's a leader, let me equal it to a helper. We all have different styles of doing things. So once you're a leader, automatically, that is how you want things to do. So you have to learn to align yourself with leadership styles. So if your boss likes A to be A, you have to learn to align yourself. Yes, of course, there are times when it's wrong or it will cause trouble. You do what? You say it in a nice way. Oh, sir, is it possible to say something or suggest something? I think when we do it this way, we can be in trouble. There can be trouble, this. You think of it, okay, then let's do it this way. So there are ways you do what? Approach people and tell them in a nice way. So maybe when a person asks me and I say, oh, all the nice words, and I can be like, but sir, some also are not happy with certain little decisions because they said you could have done this, but you didn't do it in a nice way. Now the praise came and the but came a little. But you don't start with the but straight away. You understand? So learn how to identify your helpers, and also when you identify them, know how to deal with them. It's very important. Very, very, very important. You can never achieve all your goals on your own. You will need helpers. You will definitely need helpers. So even when you are praying for your goals, pray for helpers. Helpers will connect you. In fact, if you're at class 1, helpers can jump you to university. It's only a helper who can do that. So don't make the mistake to say, as for me, I don't need anybody. Though I always talk about process, but I also know that you need helpers. It's good to go through process because it is God who brings helpers, or you don't know when the helper will come. But when you are going through it, I'm here. Every time when I'm praying, I pray for helpers. Nobody wants to suffer for long. You always want to rise. So pray for helpers too. And when God, okay. It's through networking and relationships. What you can offer. Do you understand? So let me use let me use bless as an example. Or what can I even use? What you have will also attract helpers. Always, that's how we are learning what we are learning now. So that when you're improving upon yourself, your skills or what you can offer and your clarity also attract helpers. So let's say maybe Perpetua is at the office. She's the youngest, or maybe not the youngest, but she's in the office environment. She's so serviceable in a way that somebody will be attracted to her, that let me help. Okay, let me use a practical. I want to be very practical. Now, I did my service at the airport, and I can say I was very serviceable. Almost anything, I try to do it. Even if whether it has been assigned to me or not, I try to do it. While some, because it's not been assigned to them, may not care about their job. Once I know of it, I'll try to find a solution or do it. So there was a woman there, when we're done with stuff, she's like, Francis, you are so good that I wish I could help you. Do you understand? I was like, so I was home I went back to doing my gadget business and circle things. And she's like, there's a man who needs somebody. He said he wants somebody trustworthy, somebody good. And the man spoke to me, and when I think of everyone I know, you're the only one that, Francis, I can think of. So he called me, took me to the man and said, I can vouch for Francis that he can help you. The problem you have, he can do what? He can help you. I went with the idea of IT because I was good in IT. IT was more of like what the career path I wanted to focus on, networking and computer those things. That's what I focused on. So the man was like, okay, you can help me. And when he trained me in something else, a different thing. And that is what led to who I am today. So there was a helper. Do you get the connection? There was a helper. And how that helper came about? It came about how serviceable and diligent I was. So helpers are all around. But you have to be genuine and true to yourself. There are some of you, it's when you see people that you start doing nice things. Oh, you start doing things nicely. Like you are working. See, you can't deceive nature. One day to expose you. Be yourself. You will never lose. Through that helper came other helper, and I am here today. When you are doing things, don't do because of someone. Do it because that is who you are. I always say it. If I'll do something and I'll not do it to the best of my ability, I will not do it. Let that be a policy. Oh, if you know you can no longer give your best to a company or somebody, it's better you resign and walk away. There's nothing like, because my boss is a bad boss, it means I'll do things anyhow. No, you never know who is watching. You never know who is watching. They always make this scenario that you see friends, right? Like let's say the two Elizabeth. Oh, this guy, forget. I'm not there, so I'm not serious with him. This guy in Canada, he's the one that is my focus. Oh, but what about the one in Lagos? Oh, that one there is for buying credit and Indomie. So Elizabeth knows that Elizabeth has about 4 or 5 different guys he's playing at the same time. They think she's doing each other. Then one day you realize that Elizabeth's brother wants to get married or something and wants to link somebody. Oh, can you link me to your friend? Ask for her, I beg. Forget. Let me look for a different person for you. Then you see the fight that, she's a bad person. And my whole friend, when her brother was interested in me, she told her brother to forget about me and move on. But at that point in time, it's too late. You showed your true nature. So even in our office, always know that you are alone. You didn't come to work together with someone. You came to meet over here. Even if you came with the person, always know that you are alone. You never know who your helper can be. Sometimes in that same environment that you are working with someone, one person may be, a blessing may locate the person. Maybe the person's uncle is a minister. So like, oh, Charlie, this new company you are opening, I have a friend in my office. If you employ that girl, trust me, she's very good. Your company will be good. Then straight away, you realize that from prison to the king's palace, the story of Joseph. Imagine when Joseph was in prison and the king's butler came and said, oh, I have a dream. My first saw her. Is it prison that this dream interpretation has brought me to here? You are coming to tell me about a dream again. But if you study the story of Joseph, one thing you realize was consistency. Whoever he was, he never changed along the line. If you study the story of Joseph, you realize that whoever he was, he never changed along the line. He was consistent. And that's what finally brought him his breakthrough, and the dreams he had from childhood, that's what made it a reality. So just be yourself. If you are not good, you are not good. Be proud of it and rather change. Maybe there are things I won't hide from you. I will tell you, yes, I've done it. Am I proud of it? If I'm proud of it, I'll say yes. If I'm not proud, I'll say no. I hope to do better. But I won't fake and show you a different side. what you see is what you get. Learn to be consistent. I've met people who are bad. They will tell you, me, I'm evil. If you bring evil, I'll multiply it for you. If you bring good, I'll multiply it for you. Because the person, he is telling you what you bring is what you get times 2 of. So he or she is not hiding it. Do you get it? So just be, to regards to your question, be consistent, have integrity, and be diligent. This is what attracts helpers. Integrity, consistency, diligence. That is what attracts helpers. And always bring something to the table. So it amazes me if somebody is poor and proud and disrespectful. It always amazes me. You are poor, proud, and disrespectful. That means you bring nothing to the table. Are you getting it? Oh, so you always have something you can bring to the table. If you see, let me see. I hope I'll get the name right. There's this Nigerian billionaire. Is it Tony Elumelu?
Yes.
December, he did an all-white party. If you look at the video, almost every celebrity in Nigeria was there. Why you think the celebrities, they have nothing to do with their time, or you think that period they did not have show? Some flew by jet to be there that day. Some came. Do you know what they are doing? They are building a network. Just by the man seeing them there, they know if tomorrow they go to him, Oga, I'm having a concert here, I need sponsorship. Straight away he will sponsor him. You will see grown-ups, let's say somebody is doing a 3-year-old party for the daughter. You will see a grown-up wake up, dress, wear the best attire, drive the car, go to the party, and you see dancing. You'll be like, now this children's party too, what is this guy doing there? Oh, why is he so happy moving about? You see him playing with the Oga's children. His agenda. Do you get it? So there are ways to connect to helpers. You have to find it. And one is through service. It can be you have to find it. A helper is a helper. You understand? Some of us say, you don't know this thing. There are people that, let's see, to be honest, there are people that it's not wickedness. There are people that in my heart, I won't go the extra mile for them. You understand? As we are growing, we learn that you need to change. You imagine that you pay somebody school fees for like 3 or 4 years, and the person finished school, and the person cannot even buy thank you card on your birthday, and come and say, oh, happy birthday. People always ask that, oh, I don't know what to do for rich people or people you think are comfortable. There are little things. Christmas time, somebody who is always calling on me for help sends me Merry Christmas. That is it. Or forwarded picture and message. Then, right in January, the person is calling or texting, oh, please, I need money, I need this. Sometimes, the little things, when you take a phone, you draft a message yourself, even if you copy it from Google or whatever, even if the person does not read, the person sees that, you sent me about a message that will take 3 minutes to read. That person knows, this person appreciates what. How can you send your helper Merry Christmas? On your birthday, happy birthday. You see, I keep saying, the wisdom that teaches us not to wash white clothes with colored clothes, the same wisdom to teach you don't mix people together. Somebody who can be a helper, you at least, the person's birthday comes once in a year. If you don't know what to give to a big man or a helper, trust me, there's no one who doesn't appreciate thank you or something. Me, I'm someone, if I do something for you and you call me, I won't pick. Instantly, I know you come to say thank you. I don't like it. You understand? But that doesn't mean you cannot say thank you. You can say thank you through texting. Do you get me? Or even on my birthday or a Christmas day, you can say a nice thank you. To call me or come and see me and tell me thank you is one thing I never like. Because it makes me feel like it's by the special grace of God I've been able to help. So if there's any thank you or any glory, it goes to God. So no need to call me and come and say thank you or come and see me. And you're coming to drive from your house and come and see. No, unless it's something you do often, you come and look for me, you visit me. That one is terrible. But because I was kind to you, that one I'll avoid you. But you can always send a nice thank you message. Somebody will help you do something so great that even your parents could not do for you. And you see somebody take phone and text, thank you, sir. Even if they consider you cry, then they're going to be, God bless you. Thank you, sir. God bless you. See, sometimes show appreciation from within. Make effort. Like buy a thank you card. Write thank you message in it. Deliver it. Helpers or people you think are big people, they appreciate those things so much. Some may not even see it or read it, but once they know it was there, or one day they may come across it. There are little things that people used to lose their helpers. Somebody was angry with me. Why? Me, I'm helping you, and you want to tell me what to do. And I asked, is it your money or my money? My money. And I said, and the person was like, but it's not done that way. And I said, my money, my rules. Let me be more practical. Edna needs help, and I've helped her. But every Friday, Edna's a moving pick. I'm not against Edna going to moving pick, but continue the moving pick minus me. Because if after Friday moving pick, Monday morning or Tuesday morning, you are at my office, say, please, I need this, I need this, I need this. Then the question then becomes, I should keep helping you. Whilst every week, every time I'm seeing your chilling pictures, please, let me save that money for other people that need it. If for me to help you, then the person will be like, I want to be practical. Don't people sponsor people? I'm like, oh, I don't have any problem. Maybe God has blessed you. Every weekend, you have people who sponsor you to expensive places. God should give you wisdom so that those who sponsor you to expensive places, God should give you the wisdom for them to sponsor you in important things that concern your life. If somebody can sponsor you to chill, me, I cannot sponsor you to be better. I've withdrawn. And the person got angry and I was like, yes, because if, for instance, how do I call it? Christian is always hanging out with Abraham. They're always hanging out. Then Christian comes to me, says, please, I need help. The next question is, so Abraham you're hanging out with every time, can't you go to him for help? Why are you coming to me? Oh, he won't give me. Then my next question will be, so why do you hang out with him? Because my policy is, at each stage in life, when you are growing, your network is your net worth. So know people you hang out with. You see the mentorship class we are doing? I have people I've never invited. I always tell them that if the goal is to fill up the place, that one is easy. But the goal is to make impact. So I don't invite anyone except those who come on their own. So sometimes I tell you on the page, don't put anything on the page that are you coming, are you doing this, are you doing this. If it's to make impact, if even one person is here, whatever I'm doing, I'll still do it. I'm not looking at the numbers. But you see somebody, I have people, so even these mentorship sessions and seminars, that helped me a lot to know how to streamline people. Because there are people who always come to you for money. They realize that, okay, this person doesn't want to learn how to make his or her own money. I get it. So there are little traits of helping, dealing with helpers and dealing with people that we make mistakes at doing them. So know how to identify your helpers, and when you identify them, know how to have the wisdom to do what? Keep them. The person can, even your own brother can be your helper. When your brother becomes your helper, you don't talk to him anyhow. Just because he's your brother. Do you get it? I have some cousins of mine who text me when they call me. And sometimes I feel bad, I'll tell them, so I don't even pick their call. Because the kind of thank you the person will unleash on you, I'm like, no. This person is older than me. I won't even pick the call, because if I pick it, the kind of thank you, I don't like the thank you, feel that Ali, this person really appreciates and respects you. And I don't like it when, imagine somebody older than you calling you daddy, calling you my boss. No. It shouldn't be because of what? Money. You understand? But we should know how to deal with our helpers. Somebody was owing me and I collected the money. And the person was like, oh, I thought you would dash it to me. And I told the person, I wanted to dash it to you, but your attitude is why when you brought it, I collected it. So next time, know how to do what? Deal with people. Are you getting it? So when you identify your helpers, know how to do what? Deal with. That's come, be nice to whoever you see. There's one policy I try not to break. I don't disrespect anyone. I don't look down on anyone. If I think I've offended you, I will look for you and say sorry. Unless I'm not aware. But once I'm aware I've offended you, I'll look for you and say sorry, because don't leave things to chance. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe Edna is a promising minister or president who will save Ghana tomorrow. So if I'm nice with her and tomorrow she's minister or president, I can drive to her office and kneel there and say, I beg, I need money. I wouldn't be bothered about ego crap. Somebody once asked me that question. I said the person that, if let's say one of my mentees tomorrow, maybe I see Charlton or Obaya or anybody, I see that it's minister tomorrow. Straight away I'll call her. I'll call her, Obaya, is everything okay? Oh, Charlie, it's me, Francis. Oh, Charlie, I need help. Oh. And the person was like, won't you feel some way that somebody that you were helping is now? I said, no. That is why when I was helping the person, I did not abuse the person. I helped with love. So I didn't feel shy at all. But if I abuse the person, that is when, if I'm going to the person, I will be shy. If a person tomorrow becomes a big commissioner, I won't say, oh, she was once in my distance. No. I will gladly go and say, I beg you, you have to help me. And I'll feel no shame, because what? I have no guilt. So please, always show everyone respect and love, no matter who that person is, because we all don't know tomorrow. Someone today can be a helper tomorrow. You understand? Destinies change. So I don't, as for that, I don't joke with it. I always tell people, I don't leave any mistakes in my past. Before I move on with the future, I clear all mistakes, because I don't want to have anything to account for in future. That tomorrow I now have to look for Charlton and I look for a way and go and see him and say, oh, 3 years ago, what happened? Please, it was a mistake. I'm sorry. At that time, now chatting is progressing in life. No. So, if anything, I show respect today. So that if tomorrow I see you anywhere, I can still do what? Approach you. So have this at the back of your mind. Helpers come in different forms. Respect everyone. It's not possible, but when you train yourself, you do what? It becomes easy. Show respect to everyone. Treat everybody right. Hey, sometimes you see somebody in Chalewate walking anyhow. But if you knew the big man who was walking, there was a story whereby a man was walking wretched, looking wretched, and walking. And this lady insulted the man. I don't know if it was a movie or a story somebody told me ahead. Then one day, this guy is coming to introduce the future wife to the father. They got to the house. This guy that if the lady sees, will even bow and respect because he has seen a rich guy. You understand? He has seen a rich guy, so he always respects the guy. Not knowing the rich man that he calls is a rich man. The father is that wretched person he saw in town and disrespected and insulted. The man was like, as for this girl, lie. It was now that she has seen the man in his home and read that, hey, Charlie, not knowing this was a wealthy man and insulted. So as for these things, I don't joke. Of course, we make mistakes. Maybe by mistake, I can shout on Elizabeth. You understand? One thing, I always tell people with me, and I don't judge people by what they do to me. I judge them by what they do after. So if maybe you insult me today, I won't judge you with it. I won't take it personal. But if after 1 week, you made no effort to apologize, then I realized that, okay, what she did was intentional. That is her, because no matter what, as humans, we reflect over things. So maybe at this point in time, Obaya was angry that she spoke to me anyhow. But 2 days time, 3 days, she will call and say, I think the other day, what I did was wrong. I'm sorry. I forget, we move on. So I always tell you that what you do to me today, I don't care. It's what you do after. If after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and nothing, you realize that, okay, this person, that is who the person is. So please, about the helper thing, because of time, treat everybody with respect. Be consistent, have integrity, be genuine in what you do. Now, the next point we'll talk about is list all you need to achieve your goals. List all you need to achieve your goals. You understand? Maybe see, there are some goals that when you've written the goals down, you need resources. It's almost similar to information we spoke about, but that you need to list all the resources you need to achieve a goal. You understand? Maybe you need helpers, skills, information, resources. List them. You understand? List all the things you need to do what? Achieve the goal you want to achieve. Being able to list what you need makes the goal realistic and makes it easy for you to achieve. Once you're able to list it, it guides you. Organize what you've listed into a plan and make a plan. I say when you list it, you understand? Okay, I've given 2 points. List it and then organize. But maybe let me explain how do we call it? In listing all you need to do, when you're listing it, you list it, break down everything you need to do. It's just like how you go and read people's biography. When you are reading it, it's giving you an idea of where they started, where they came to, where they are today, and how they overcame it. It's like a guide. So when you list all the resources you need, it's like a guide that will help you do what? Achieve the goal. So when you list it, you know that, okay, so let's say, for instance, I want to travel. Okay, in traveling, I will need money. But there's no way I can afford all this money. So then you are listing it that I will need about 70% top up. I will need bank statement. I will need this. Now you've gotten the information. I want to differentiate the information part and the listing part. You have information that you need bank statement, but now in the listing part, you list it. Who can I go to for bank statement? Which people do I consider? Maybe you write about 5 people down. Okay, when do I contact them? How do I contact them? I may need money to buy. I need tickets, but I need money to buy ticket. I can only afford 70%, 30%. Who can I talk to? School fees. So now you are listing all the resources you will need. By so doing, it will guide you on how to go about your goals step by step. Just like how we go for seminars, we hear other people's story, they share it. When they share it, it's like it gives you a guide how to do what, achieve yours as well. And also, once you've been able to list it, you organize it into a plan. Do you understand? You organize it into a plan. When you organize it into a plan, this is what I have to follow. So once you finish listing all these steps, now you organize it. When you organize it, now you have a plan for life. You know what to do. Now you have a plan. From writing, listing, identify resources, identify your helper, all those things. When you organize it into a plan, you know where to start. Where to start is always the challenge, taking the first step. So once you're able to do all this and organize it into a plan, you know how to take the first step. And once you organize it into a plan, when it gets tough or challenge, tough ahead, you only come back to it and do what? Read it again and go over it. So you organize all these things into a plan of action. What do I need to do? When am I starting? What do I need to do? All these things. And then the 9th point, I won't talk much about it because we've handled it over here. Develop the habit of self-discipline. That one, I'll not even touch on it. I will jump straight to the last point, the 10th one. Practice visualization of your goals. Practice visualization of your goals. And what I'm talking about is practice seeing what your goal will be like. I'll use Chris. Hey, 500,000 cedis. Hey, this money will be good. I'll do this, like what? Practice it. Do you get it? Practice. Let me see if I can get. There was a picture I had in mind to show. I don't think I might not have saved it. Then I missed it. Aha, it is here. I think let me share it on the page. We can all take our phone and have it. Now we are done. Who wants to explain it? The image you see there, what do you think about it?
I see how he sees himself. In spite of the environment he finds himself, he still can see that he will be a prominent or a better person.
Okay.
Because if you look at the mirror, you could see some of the clothes around, inside. So it tells that he's aware of his environment. He's aware of the challenges, the struggles, yet he still believes and he is certain that he can be better.
Who else?
He sees a brighter future.
Okay. Anyone?
He can picture his future, how he's going to look like when he grows or when he succeeds.
I also think he's doing a reflection or the visualization of his goals, maybe in years to come.
Okay. So you see, anybody else?
That's the 10th point. He's trying to visualize his goal.
Okay. So you see, that's it. Picture, visualization of his goal. You know, the environment is not a limitation. He's not looking at his environment. When he looks in the mirror, he's seeing a reflection of who he wants to be and where he wants to go. So sometimes what motivates us is what we see. If you cannot see 1 million cedis, then you cannot physically see it in your bank account. If you cannot see your bank account having 7 figures, forget.
7 figures where does it start? Does it start with the 0.000? Like the 0 should be the
7 figures in total if you count it. So if you count it's 1 million.
Yes.
6 zeros plus 1. So that's 1 million. So if you want to add plus 1.
Only with the zeros. Yeah.
The total figures when you add it is what? 7. So once you hit that 7 mark, that means right now you're in the millions. You're no longer among the. This already says 6 figures.
6 figures is your target.
That means that you want to be in the thousands. No, 6 figures they are in the Chris category. 500,000 cedis, 100,000. Do you get it? 6 figures are in the Chris category. 500,000, 400,000. When you get to the 7 figures, then you know that okay, right now.
So if you have 10,000, it's 5.
That's 5 figures. 5 figures need there. If you are there, undu baby aye. Arabono umbomo half year.
2,000 is 4 figures.
We don't want to go there. So at least when you get to the 5 figures, you know you are improving. Yeah, at least you get to 6 figures. You get to 6 figures, then you get to 7 figures. Then you know that yes, I'm getting there. You understand? When you get to 7 figures, then you know I'm almost arriving. And once you get there, you know that sometimes too, when you get there, your assets and things to reduce it. But at least when you are valuing yourself, you can boldly value yourself. That the rich people, they say billionaire, they don't have that billion in their account too. They value their investment and their assets and resources. That okay, at least when you value yourself, you are genuine with yourself. Before you sleep for 8 hours, you ask yourself, if I value myself today, what category can I be in? You understand? If you value yourself and you're in the 4 category, if I let me start from 3. 3, and you sleep 8 hours, you have a problem. And you are watching Mentor, TV series, Korean series, Netflix every day, you have a serious problem. In fact, if you are in the 3, no, let me start from, because of consideration, some people will feel bad. So let me start from 2. 2.
2 is 20 grand.
If you are in 1, there you are not even. You are not part. 1 CD, 2 CD, 3 CD, 4 CD, 5 CD, 6 CD, 7 CDs. If you are in that category, you are not even. In fact, and you are sleeping and your parents allow you to sleep, there's a problem. Your house people, you have to blame them. In fact, so if you are in the 1, 2, 3, in fact, let me add 4 category, and all you watch movies and you sleep, please, you have a problem. your house people are succeeded. So when the pastor is saying, jump over your enemy's head, know that you are jumping your own head because the enemies have already succeeded. So please, if you're in the 1, 2, 3, 4 figures this year, work hard to be in the 5. You know, the first time, you see, this is a good thing why we talk about goals and picturing it or practicing the visualization. The first time I heard of 6 figures, I didn't even know what it was about. I've never thought of it. And so guys were talking, like, oh, one guy was like, hey, this guy, right now, there's 6 figures he did in his life. His life was like, oh, we are trying. The guy was like, when I go home, I was like, I asked the guy what is 6 figures. And he said, oh, 100,000, 200,000, those. He said 6 figures, 100,000. I was like, huh? 6 figures, that's what it means. So when I go home, I took my phone and I said, Dabenda. Is it possible that you guys can? So straight away, it gave me new goal, new vision, new idea, new thoughts. I was like, no. If I know someone at my age who is in 6 figures and praying that he can get to 7, I'll have to also do what? Visit that realm. You understand? So I began to picture it, and it became a target. Now it's a goal. So it became a financial goal. The first year, I was able to hit half. I was like, okay, right now I'm in 5 figures. No problem. Next year, we will get there. So the first year, I was able to hit that goal. But at least, I was like, I'm happy that right now, I can comfortably roam in the 5 figures. 40,000, 50,000, 70,000 series, I could roam there. Next year, I will see, boom, 6 figures. I was like, yes. I've also seen what? 6 figures. You understand? Also 6 figures. Then imagine going to buy a car with 6 figures. You won't sleep. You understand? The first time I bought a car, 6 figures, I couldn't sleep. I'll wake up at dawn and I told myself that, Francis, who sent you? Who sent you? This thing, do you know tomorrow? I mean, for like a whole 6 months, 8 months, I was always kind of like bashing myself, thinking deep. I mean, the head was always thinking. I thought that was I'll never do that mistake again. That 6 figures, where from it, carry all car. Then there was another 6 figure. So the time came, the 6 figures now was a playing ground. I was used to that. I could buy cars in 6 figures because it became a playing ground. Where I moved to, that one I won't continue. I'll leave it there. You understand? So then, as I said, a time comes now when you see, now I can even see my account 00. I don't care. Because what? Now, when you learn, you realize that it is possible. You can do it. It's no longer about seeing the money. Right now, it's about investing it into your assets. You understand? When you cross the stage of now seeing, you know that, this is somebody talking about 7 6 figures, you don't care. So at that point, you don't care whether somebody will say, this guy, when I check his account, he's 00. Forget. Check the investment, check the assets. Because when you get to that level of 6 7 figures, 6 figures, you're no longer going to leave your money in the bank. You look for what business to start, investment to do, because the money you leave in the bank, they use it for other things. So when you have 6, no businessman, no serious young guy will leave 6 figures in their savings account. When I see people doing it, I laugh. How can you leave 6 figures in your bank account and you're happy that I'm rich? So that at least anytime they see your bank account, even the bank people, they will laugh at you in their head. You understand? Maybe when you open a company account or business account, you realize why banks need money. They start calling you, oh sir, good afternoon. Please, should we expect any deposit today or this week? Oh sir, thank you very much for the deposit you made yesterday. Why is a bank thanking you for your deposit? Then someone will go and someone will ask for that. Oh, but sir, please hope you're not withdrawing it all tomorrow. Hope it to stay in the account for a while. Hope you expect more. Now you tell that what they invest your money. You know, they give us as loan and things. So you get a point. So picture it. When you picture it, trust me, you will see it. The reason why when you picture, you don't see is because you don't go through the steps we've spoken about so far in this mentorship class. But I can assure you that everything we've been learning from last year and talking about, if you practice them, trust me, anything you picture, you will see it. It's not possible that you would practice those things and you will not see changes in your life.